Hey everybody, and welcome to D4.
Where I, Devin,
And I, Dustin, Cody M.
a 5th edition game of Dungeons and Dragons.
Ew.
For the last time this year.
Yep, for the last
no.
2020.
Woo!
So glad to see the end of this year.
Yes,
Yeah.
This is the last episode of the year before we hit our annual hiatus for the month of December, but do not worry. We will continue to have content for you all, including D4 Plays Among Us on December 6th, and a fireside chat Q&A on December 13th, as well as a marathon of every episode of D4 so far to catch up throughout the weeks leading up to our return. So if you are a little bit behind, there's plenty of content to watch.
Yep, absolutely.
That's for
we'll
sure.
be getting that going really soon. Keep an eye on our socials for that information. As the prompts to start asking questions will go up this week, as well as a Discord server on our Discord in order to ask those questions for us to collect to ask us.
Yeah, and the players about what has happened over the year, or our play styles, things that we've released.
Yeah.
That you may.
We're gonna spill the tea.
Yeah.
As much as we can.
Yeah.
And we're getting into the holiday season. If you're looking for that special gift for your gaming family and friends, then make sure to head over to Die Hard Dice for their holiday special deal. You'll get 15% off when you use D4NOV at checkout for today and tomorrow. But come December, make sure you use the code D4DEC. That's all capital on Die Hard Dice, and that will help support the show, as well as get you a discount on some beautiful dice, including their multi-class dice, which is literally 2 halves of a D20 that you can switch out and change over. It's amazing.
I even?
Yep. I not gonna lie, I got one for each party member, and I can't wait to make you can make fan ships by D20s by putting which cast members or which characters you want to see. You have to get they're great. That's
shipping dice. Is
shipping
that what
dice.
is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I just heard.
Yeah. All right. So let's hear from our sponsors.
As the last of the days roll down, we at D&D have given away a lot of D&D books. We've given them so many good homes. We've brought them to so many people with interesting names. But this is the last day for that, the last book. And this Tasha's Cauldron of Everything needs a home. It needs to be loved and cared for by people like you. Now, I don't care if your name is Weird Man 72 or All the Goblins Rolled into a Single Ball 745, which means that there's 743 people with that exact name in this chat, which is strange. It doesn't matter. This book needs to go to a good home, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, and we are giving away one tonight if you put in #beyond. Do you have love and open in your heart? Do you want 92 pages full of new rules options and 22 new subclasses for all the character classes in the player's handbook? Do you want all of this knowledge, or do you want it to just, I guess, die alone on its own? That's your fault. Because you didn't put in #beyond. Because you didn't pick up the sweet, sweet Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. That's on you. And if you have a soul, you'll put in that #beyond, or you'll pick up Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Think about it. #beyond.
Is anybody else really freaked out about how calm and collected Logan was for that whole thing?
I'm always freaked out by anything Logan does.
Like that quaked my soul. So speaking of soul quaking, segue, allow me to tell you about a little thing called Beetle and Grimm's Pandemonium Warehouse. I know what you're saying. Goblin, they put out all those amazing boxes, but I'm broke. I don't have any money. I don't know what to do. Well, have I got good news for you, because they also have in their store a whole bunch of other items for $25 and under. Like, let's say you got $20. You know what you got? You've got a Hell Rider badge. Look at that. Look at how cool that is. This thing is huge and it's metal. It's awesome. You know what else you got? If you got $20, a soul coin, a freaking soul coin. Look at this monstrous beauty. Say you've got, $20. You can have your own Lulu plushie. Look at the Holyphant. Look at her. You love her. Bring her home. Also, for $20, you could have a Yeti tyke plushie. Look at how cute he is. He wants to be your friend. He wants to snuggle. He's the best. It's absolutely amazing. Let's say you got $25. Big spender. Look at you. You think you're hot? Well, you could be hotter because you could get sweet apparel like the Schrodinger cat box. This was their April Fool's joke. It's amazing. You want to be sexy? Look at Dustin. Dustin is mad sexy in that badass Eberron shirt. So cool. All of this and more is available to you at pandemoniumwarehouse.com. Go look at it. Buy your things. Be super cool. The goblin commands it.
See, that's just as creepy. So
Oh, thank you.
Hi, I'm Ethan with Eldritch Foundry. Now, I have a creepy a bit set up for all of this, but you know what? What would be great to go with your creepy character is a pair of mechanical wings. If only there was somebody making miniatures that had new mechanical wings just added to their sets that you could have them at your table. What's that? Eldritch Foundry does have this. Not only do they have that, they have a new sword or a hooked sword. Wow, that hooked sword looks awesome. That is really, really cool. And you can have it at your table for your own miniature with these super high detailed miniatures by going to Eldritch Foundry and getting in there and putting in D4 D&D to get yourself 15% off your own miniature. Or why not put in hashtag Eldritch into the chat tonight and have a chance to win your own here at D4 D&D. We would love for you to win one. And you can take it home with you, and certainly your character won't kill you in your sleep and take your place and go about your day to day. Nobody knows the difference because they look like you, only they're dressed in medieval clothing, and everybody just thinks, well, it's a weird phase, it'll change, but it never changes, does it? Eldritch Foundry, we didn't get creepy with ours.
Hey. How you doing? Good? It's good to hear. Do you remember that time when people used to do those voicemails where they pretended to pick up the phone and you thought you had a whole conversation with them, but they'd be like, hold on, it's too loud. Let me turn down my music and stuff. I remember that too. Anyways, so this past week for RockPunch ATL, the past Monday, they did Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Still, again, Heart and Soul is 5 ever. Wednesdays, Babs still failed at video games. Still doing that old Star Wars trick. And always retro gaming on Thursdays on the NES with Colton and Greg. And then also back again this week, it's Corn on the Macabre. So hang out with me and Kelly as we talk about stuff. Creepy stuff, mostly death. Usually it's death. Sometimes though, it's close to death. It's mostly death, but not full dead.
Not all dead.
Not all dead. It's mostly dead. And then Fridays, always Tampo and Adventure in the Islands is our new D&D live stream based on the islands of Sina Una. And it is on Fridays, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. So if you want more of that tabletop love, absolutely check them out if you haven't already. I'm assuming y'all have, because why wouldn't you? But yeah, if you have that as your voicemail, change it now, because I hate it.
Nobody likes it.
And you should hate it too. Also, if you still have a ringback tone, the 2000s called and really needs their bedazzled flip phone back. Okay.
Katie, we're still in the 2000s.
No, we're not. We're in the 2020s.
Yeah, but that's part of the 2000s.
2000 to 2010 is the 2000s.
Can we immerse ourselves now?
It's a decade. It's a decade.
Real fast. Last week, I talked about a good way of getting out of sticky situations during family gatherings. Well, guess what? If you celebrate Christmas, another one's coming up, and it still applies to this one. And you could also get it for gifts as as gifts for those people to scare them away from you. It's my tactic. I use it all the time. D4DND.com has everything you could use to scare the normal people away from you. And as you know, we don't like normal people. Normal people are weird, kind of. But D4DND.com, get your scare on.
And I've got something going along those lines, something that will be out very soon for the holiday season. I got the prototype in, and I have to show them off because they are just too magical. As we will have Harold's purple rash pants
No.
out.
No.
It's real.
No.
And
I assure you, they are more purple than the camera's showing. I know it's
Yeah, it looks blue.
yeah, they're
It
legit.
is not. It is very purple.
They're very purple.
Will be posted and be on the lookout for this in the merch shop. They are coming very soon.
No.
Oh man,
Oh, you feeling a little
I'm
itchy?
really itchy right now.
Yeah, and
No.
all terrible segues aside, without further ado,
Let us immerse
ourselves
ourselves
to the Chronicles.
of D4.
No.
And we're back.
So, last time on Deep Disappointment and a Deathly Duel, the party is approached by Laurel Silverhand, the Open Lord, who is out visiting the citizens of Waterdeep on a Garen's Day. She tells them dark news that the Castellanters have used one of their last requests to have a private conversation with the party before their execution in the following morning. After deliberation, the party heads to the Castle Waterdeep to find the Castellanters being watched over by the Grand Silvalar Silvermane. In their discussions, Lord Victoro and Lady Amalia confess their family history and its ties to Waterdeep. They learn that during the Spell Plague, a group of nobles witnessed who they thought to be Kelvin the Blackstaff be washed over by the violent eruption of blue spell fire from Undermount, revealing him to be only an illusory mask created by his apprentice, Sar Chadwick.
In their fear of no longer being protected by the Blackstaff and confirming his death, the nobles prayed to the gods to have the city protected from the spell plague, but it was not the gods that answered. With the tablets of fate gone and the merger of a beer torrel, something else, something old and dark, heard their pleas and offered a deal to protect the city. What the deal was exactly and who the list of nobles were beyond the Castellanters' ancestors is currently unknown. The Castellanters then went on to explain that their twins had always had health complications and their family had run out of money after searching for a cure. They, too tired to plead to the gods for help, they tried to plead to the gods for help after years of finding nothing. even resorting to calling out to Asmodeus of the Nine Hells to offer their souls in exchange for their children's lives. But not even the Lord of the Nine Hells answered, leaving the Castlanders to only be answered by something dark once again, and by the presence of the unsettling Dr. Obed Marsh.
They then asked the group if they could find Osvaldo, dead or alive, in suspicion of foul play in the mines of Elerthak Cathala, when he found out they no longer had money or real power to offer in the joined marriage. They then asked the last person they love and see as a daughter to carry out an impossible task out of a dark desperation and pleas of mercy to be executed by her hand in hopes of restitution for their horrific crimes that their hands were forced into, while also hoping it is done cleanly and without malice. The party berates them for this request, leaving a pained note from Harold for them to feel the hurt they have caused while they discuss if they should spend a favor from the Open Lord to spare their lives, which at first takes the justified but dark turn of letting them die, but later wavers with further discussion and is left unanswered.
In a lighter note, the party visits the young Blackstaff Vajra Safar to give her more insight on what is plaguing the city in the form of some strange black milk, as well as the items the cult is looking for. In the meeting, Vajra informs them that Master Morali will need their help in trying to awaken Halam, as they were the last to speak with him directly, and they are the most informed as to what has happened to the forgotten god Offensive. Vinley hunts down the TA to answer a challenge of Necromancer's duel with Aiden Ozul, learning it is a battle of magically booned undead. Vinley may have lost, but she learned a lot in how she can better bolster her undead for fights in the future. And lastly, the party met up with a few of the Doom Raiders to discuss what will happen with the Waterdavian fortune sequestered by the former Open Lord. An increase in the Doom Raiders' share puts many at unease, but with fears of a weakened Masked Lord and threats from the Xanathar, Voss argues it is their best option. The discussion is left with cautious distrust of the Doom Raiders and another heavy decision thrown upon the group's shoulders.
The day coming to a close, the sun begins to fade away. The party heads back home, where V stayed back to find Renair and inform him that Degalt had cursed his mother and her family to be at unrest within their crypt to protect the final key of the Malarican vault, Lady Alethea Brandon's ashes. He is left with only more disdain and disgust for his father and namesake, but V reassures him that Vinley can offer him peace and closure through a seance to speak with his mother. He agrees and thanks her for this, but will need some time before he is ready, as he is still processing the grief his father has once again stirred up and put upon him. After Renair returns back to the bar to close up for the night with the rest, we return with everyone back at the manor for the night as they sit in contemplation of what to do about the vault money and the Castellanter's execution.
How are you guys holding up, Harold, V?
Hard question to answer.
Yeah.
I guess a little better than before.
That's good. I know tomorrow's going to be really difficult. So if there's anything that we can do, just let us know, okay?
Okay.
Are we all still?
And we're not using the favor, I assume?
No. I mean, I don't think we should. Maybe use it for something more important.
I mean, I don't want to know I could have stopped someone dying and I didn't. That's just me.
I was thinking if we did use the favor, maybe we could ask the Open Lord to rescind their position of nobility in the family and they lose all worldly possessions.
I think they'd rather be dead.
I was actually planning on talking to Laurel tomorrow or tonight. I don't know. Probably tomorrow before the execution. Not to use the favor per se, but perhaps to convince her that a tale of redemption would be more valuable to her city than a tale of punishment.
She killed 16 nobles. Unless we call in that favor, they're the including how many masked lords? She can't. She can't.
I thought that Harold and I both thought that we knew these people and that we knew them well and what they're capable of. Their children are still sick as far as we know. If they stay alive, who knows what else they'll continue to do. They've already hit rock bottom. What else do they have to lose at this point? And I feel like that's really dangerous.
What do you mean a tale of redemption?
I mean, if we look at stories throughout history, and if we look at Laurel herself, she doesn't strike me as the person who rules with an iron fist. And I believe if we were able to persuade her into...
Would people want to hear a tale of redemption of a couple who murdered 16 people but then became better? That's usually not a tale I ever heard growing up.
For their children.
Again, the number of masked lords that they killed.
No one knows
they
were masked lords.
Yeah.
This is a decision of pragmatism in my mind. We are wasting what could in reality, Harold, if you want to look at it this way, Laurel Silverhand is an incredibly powerful mage. And rather than using this to save the lives of the Catalanders, this could easily be used to revive one of us. Our lives are not bereft of danger. We are going to be thrown into its maw constantly, and having that as a last resort is useful. And I do not believe it should be spent on two nobles willing to sacrifice essentially the entirety of the nobility of this city for that.
I understand wanting to save them because until earlier today I wanted to too. But if there's one thing I've learned through everything that we have been through, it's that you can't save everyone. And there's some people who don't even want to be saved. I unfortunately don't see this as my responsibility anymore.
We don't even know if they would want to live with what they've done.
I think when they're standing in front of the gallows, they'll want to live.
I don't know.
I think so.
If you killed 12 innocent people, wouldn't you want to face justice for what you've done?
No.
I would, but I wouldn't kill 12 innocent people.
You're a good person, but a good person wouldn't kill 12 innocent people.
We can't know for sure what thoughts are pouring through their heads. All I know is those are gifts to us, things we earned. How do we know that down the line we won't be able to save them for someone maybe more worthy of it?
I just thought of something that we should use it for.
What?
The orphanage. The orphanage that they spearhead and they run. We should use the favor instead of saving them with it, saving those children, getting the city to take on the financial burden of caring for those children. If you want to save lives with it.
We can already do that.
I think we can do that without the favor.
Yes.
Do you? How much do you think it costs?
Less than 500,000 dragons.
We can't spend any of that money.
No, but we know parts of it are going to be going into Laurel's hands. Even the Doom Raiders agreed to that.
Yeah, they agreed to it now.
I don't think they're going to double cross us, Harold.
Well, for any matter, I would like to just add one more thing to this subject. I will be heading there early in the morning to meet with her to discuss it over, and if any of you would like to come, you are welcome to. And for another thing, do not undervalue A Tale of Redemption.
Yeah, but
I would be not the person you see standing here without you people. I've taken innocent lives and I've enjoyed it. Does that make me a bad person, or am I still the Vinley you all love so much?
Your point is taken, but I do not see this as a moral decision.
No, it's one I wish to make, for I am a selfish creature, and if I were to have offspring, I would burn the entire world to cinders to protect them.
I'd like to go with you.
I do not wish to see Laurel while I have the stone in my possession, but thank you for asking.
It's a good idea. How do you feel, Voss?
Holding it?
Yeah.
Fine, calm. It seems to have rested. When all of this is done and the vault is open, I will have no problem giving it to you, but it is not the weighty burden it once was.
Okay.
Not as chatty.
We have one question a day we can use it for. I've used it so far to find the last piece of the key and to ask what is inside the vault. I'm open to suggestions, though.
Ask it what it is. What is it tied to?
What it is and what it is tied to?
That's two
Long
questions.
answer.
You got to word it to where
It is. Ask it where its sentience comes from.
I don't know.
It will probably just say Golor.
Yeah.
What is Golor?
Me.
How about how were you made?
With
Would
me.
that cover a lot of that?
What if
What?
it just says with magic?
Why don't you ask it what its goal is?
Why don't wait. Ask it, if we let the Castellaners live, will their redemption be our boon in the future?
I don't know if it has that.
Can
level.
it?
That's prophecy.
Can it know that? I think it can know things that have already happened, not things to come.
We don't know.
The problem with prophecy and divination is that anything can change it. It's only answerable on the direct path that it's currently on. At least when I use my skills to look into whether something will be beneficial or not, it's not a guaranteed answer, and it doesn't take into account anything that might be done to change the path.
Again, I would rather these questions benefit us in our going forward.
Yeah, well, you didn't know these people.
I think that would benefit Harold's peace of mind.
Be that as it may, as we get closer to actually opening the vault, I would be more comfortable knowing exactly what we're getting into.
I was serious when I said I would find Osvaldo, dead or alive.
We will. We'll find them.
Voss, would you ask it a question for me when you have the opportunity?
Voss kind of knowing what you might want to be asking does not.
Ask it what the Herald of Unknowing is.
That sounds
Or,
familiar.
I'm sorry, the Harbinger of Unknowing.
Oh, I definitely have heard that then. All right. That is also something that's incredibly pertinent. That seems to be dawning closer every day, whatever that may be.
Knowing what it is might help.
Agreed. If it knows.
We could, perchance, now that all variables are complete, cast one more spell upon it.
What
Identify.
spell?
The identification ritual that I do, or the spell that Seisha uses, should suffice now that it's complete.
Did it not work previously?
It only gave me tidbits.
I don't see any harm in this, considering it's not a destructive spell by nature. I take out the stone, not deattuning to it, but I do place it in the center table and take a second back.
Okay. I shall try first, for mine doesn't expend any of my energy. And Seisha, you could perhaps do it if I get nothing new from it.
Of course.
Do I remember what happened the last time we did this?
Nothing
Anything
new.
strange or erstwhile?
The last time you identified it, you got the boons and stuff that it gave, like Keen Mind and
There was nothing new the last time. There was no change from the previous time.
You knew there was a magical artifact, a required attunement, a sentient being known as Golor. The last time you got it, though, it's currently incomplete. It is a vessel of vast knowledge, and it's very old. You haven't identified it now that it is complete and what its capabilities are.
You know, it's so late, and I have the ability to cast it. Do you want me to just do it real quick? It only takes me 1 minute.
And it removes the need for harming myself.
That's always good. I missed you.
Could we perhaps do it in tandem?
I don't see why not. I would finish before, or you mean I wait 9 minutes and cast it so we complete at the same time?
Kind of like what we did in the ritual before, where we pooled our magics together.
We can try.
How long did the stone have to be separated from me before I deattuned from it? GMs.
Say that again.
How long did I have to be deattuned from the stone before it separated from me? Like when I gave it?
You can deattune from it right away. It takes an hour to reattune.
Okay, I'm not trying to deattune from it, but when it was...
How long can it be out of his possession before he unattunes to it?
Or do I know?
No, it's your choice to unattune from it.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, unless it's
Sit
its
on the
choice.
table.
Yeah, the only
Okay.
times that is ever unattuned from you, it has either been a force of will by your doing or choice by your doing.
Okay. All right. So I leave it on the table and I let this happen then.
All right, let's try it.
All right. Okay. Tandem spellcasting. I've never done this before.
Okay.
And Vinley will begin her ritual.
Mm-hmm.
And at the last second, they will try to cast the same spell at the same time, pooling their magics together.
Okay. You are. You're using the ritual. She's using a spell slot.
Yeah, because I don't have it prepared.
And you're casting it. It's like first level identify.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Just figured that's what it was. Just know
Yep.
if you had some widgety that I can't remember.
No, it's the identify spell.
Perfect. So you both get the same information that you already know. You also get that it is 15,000 years old. And you both get that once a day you can use it to mimic the effects of legend lore.
Oh.
Seisha, you are the only one that gets that it grants the benefit of keen mind.
Okay.
23 on Arcana for legend lore.
I think that's enough. Yes, that's enough.
Okay. So it has to be known knowledge.
Well, what'd you find?
It's 15,000 years old.
Neat.
Yeah. That's
And you get the sense that it is not knowledge. It's not no knowledge that you know.
Right.
It's no knowledge that it knows.
right. Once a day, it will answer a question of any knowledge that it actually knows.
So the more common the knowledge, the more likely the stone will know the answer.
And it makes a person's mind like a steel trap. It grants them perfect memory for 10 day.
3 to
3 10 day? Okay, because the months are 4 weeks long.
It's still
Oh,
30
yeah,
days.
they are 3. Yeah. For some reason, I thought it was, because my calendar's had an extra row for holidays. Or 3 10 day.
That explains a few things, as I imagine you experienced as well. So it should.
Yeah. I was actually working on a map. I've got a partial map of the city, perfect map of the city with all the stores listed on it.
Oh. It's evening now.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. Vinley rushes off real fast. I'll be back. And she goes to her room and starts praying.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
tomorrow, do you guys want us there?
What?
Do you want us there tomorrow
What do you mean?
for the Castellanters?
I don't want to see
Execution.
it.
Yeah.
You're not going to that. You're not actually going to do that, are you?
No.
Yeah,
No.
I didn't think so.
I just.
If I go there and I see it, I'll call in the favor. And I'm going to stick by what everybody said. So, no.
Okay.
The Black Staff did tell us that we have to see Halam tomorrow.
Nobody even explained to me why we got a second favor. I don't get it. Oh, the Rose revealed himself to me, so now here's the second favor. Okay, neat. Thanks, I guess.
Trust that it's justified, please.
I just think that if we got a second one, then what the fuck do we care? We had the one we wanted. I'm sorry. Everybody's made the decision, and I respect it. I just... Fuck.
I know.
Vinley comes back in.
I'm on the fence, honestly. That's kind of part of why I want to go with Fenley tomorrow. Because if it can be achieved without using that favor, it's worth trying. Because I think there is some... My favorite stories are the ones of redemption.
The ones of hope for a city.
Exactly. And I honestly think while they may hate it, losing their position and the loss of their worldly goods, given the position they were put in, I think that that's a just sentence or banishment.
Look, I know that it's really personal on my part, but I cannot get over the fact that they asked me to kill them.
I don't understand why they did that.
Well, I guess by not calling in the favor, I am, aren't I?
No, their actions are killing them. Their choices are killing them. You're not.
Yes. Agreed.
Still feels like I'm doing them a favor by not calling in the favor.
Well, and that's why we'll go tomorrow. And I think if it can be done, it's worth doing.
Like,
I have my doubts that it can, but that's what hope is. Hope is standing in front of the impossible and believing it's possible regardless.
well, I genuinely don't care what happens to them, so do whatever you want.
So we're all in agreement then the money's going to go to the Doom Raiders, and from the Doom Raiders, they will siphon it over to the Open Lord. We will give the portion of the money to the Drow, so that they will give the money to the Open Lord. We will consequently basically replace the Zentarum and the Xanathar with the Doom Raiders and the Drow. That's what we're doing?
I thought we were supposed to be drinking tonight.
Oh, that's right. We've got to go drink.
Yeah, we gotta go drink.
Wait, what? Did I forget something?
No, we went and talked to some of the Doom Raiders earlier. And when we discussed the possibility of this arrangement with them, they drink on it.
What?
Yes, they invited us for wine or something like that.
The ritual is essentially your drinking truth serum. Everyone does it.
Oh,
Am I
yeah.
supposed to go?
Yep. All of us.
It needs to be all of us. We're entering into a pact with these people.
Well, I guess I'm about to overshare more than I usually do.
You don't have to answer any questions when you're under the effects.
I just know how I am.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Oh, sure, let's go have a drink with Dabble. Can't wait to have another talk with him.
He is really slimy.
He's not. He's so smooth and good at his job. But
He is smooth because he is slimy.
He's like slick. It's like a slug. You just...
I hate that visual. Please don't do that again.
Okay.
They did mention that it was going to take quite a time to gather all of their spares or whatever.
Oh, that's right. They said they'd let us know.
And that's what we'll wait for. If it's tonight, if it's tonight. If it's not, it's not.
And it's at that ominous moment that you hear a knock at the door.
I'll get it.
Perhaps.
Sage will bounce over to the door.
That was a really good sound effect.
And standing in the doorway is a common-looking woman in a plain brown and blue dress layered over white linens. Her face is soft, kind, and youthful, matching the violet flowers she carries in a basket.
I know it's late, but do you mind me coming in for a moment? I've been walking around all day in honor of the old mage Ogarin. Maybe we can discuss the finalities of life in exchange for this favor?
Absolutely. Come in. And she'll step to the side. She's just assuming that this is some sort of code.
And as the young woman walks in, the door closes behind her with a simple wave of her hand as an arcane shimmer washes over her, revealing the silver-haired Laurel Silverhand.
Oh!
I said that I would stop by after I was done with my day. Did you have a chance to go and speak with them?
Yeah. It kind of split the group. I guess the kids were always sick on some level, and they sort of burned all the money they had trying to get help, and then they went to every external source of power they could, starting with the good ones down to the bad ones. And nobody really heeded their call, and eventually this doctor showed up, who I guess ended up being a part of this, all these things that have been happening.
The
And,
red sky and such.
and he forced them into
Compliance.
doing what they did.
The cult of the Elder Eye.
There you go. So,
Nods, taking it in.
So
Yeah.
depending on how you look at it, you can see the moral conundrum.
Is there any way that they could be spared death?
She shakes her head. I cannot look weak in showing favor to those who so boldly attacked this city, even if it was due to a forced hand. To the public and my enemies, it will be seen as collusion and corruption in order to murder masked lords. And they are to be privately executed at dawn.
Well, I guess we came to the conclusion that we're not saving them. So it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
A hard decision, I know, rests upon your shoulders. A decision that I have had to make many times in my life, and it never gets easier. I assure you, my favor will never end as long as I live, and I have walked Toro for a very long time. And I don't plan to go anywhere anytime soon.
I have a question, and it may be speaking out of turn or even disrespectful to ask this. But the mere option we had of using our favor means that you had a way of assuring that they wouldn't be executed and out safely while protecting your image. I believe it would be far more meaningful to this city if you showed them that even the lowest of low can be spared and redeemed.
But it's a private execution. Would it be possible to create a scenario where it's believed they were executed and instead banish them?
It is a private execution, as in the terms it is not held in public forum. It is not private in the sense that it is only the executioner and them. I will say, if you were to use the favor, know it would come at a heavy cost to them. In the eyes of the city, as published by Waterdeep Wazoo, they would have died. At the party with others to quell any panic from spreading in the city, which will still be true. Stripped of titles, renamed, and indefinitely exiled from the city. But
how much of what happened is known outside those who attended?
those that attended are of nobility, and as the former Lady Gathala here can attest, the loose lips of nobles are the worst. I assure you, everyone already knows.
Everyone knows. There's no way. Doesn't have to be in the news.
But there is me giving my word holds a lot of nobility. And if I told you I would grant you a favor, and your favor was to do this, then I can use that to show that those who would know that the execution was not successful, for lack of a better term, would know that that came at a very, very high price, because a favor from me is priceless, I assure you.
But the cost to you, and by extension, the entire governance of Waterdeep and the city itself, that would be monumental.
I already hold this seat while rebuilding what the Galt Never Ember tore out from underneath me. I assure you it is not an easy seat to sit upon.
I believe it.
I cannot risk looking weak, and I will not risk looking weak. And similar to the Galt Never Ember. Especially now.
We already made the vote, Seisha.
Can I ask?
Never chose.
What?
I never chose.
I don't think it matters now. The fact is, not everyone can be saved, and we tried.
I think more lives will be saved by us using that favor down the road, because there are things coming that threaten more than two people. I think all of Toril is going to be threatened.
What?
There indeed has been dark omens in the sky.
Oh.
It's just a feeling I have. Gut feeling.
Well,
I'm sorry, Harold.
I respect the team's decision.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, Venley.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Could I ask to be in attendance tomorrow?
Of course.
It's my job to witness such things and record them.
Of course.
Can I go with her?
She says, of course, Scrivener of Doom. You are all welcome, if you so wish. But I thank you for this heavy burden placed upon you and the hard decision you have made. And you can see there is a sadness to her. There is not regret, but she understanding of the price and of that which rests on your shoulders. She is not taking it just in like, haha, whatever. That there's that feeling of just sorrow in her eyes as she looks at you. But
It's also split with duty.
Yep.
Of the open.
And also respect.
Thisha pulls out a piece of paper and starts scribbling on it.
If there is nothing else.
Just one moment. This is a list of items that are being sought by the cult that we mentioned earlier. If you know where any of them are, if they're under protection, double it. She hands her the list.
She'll take it and she'll fold it, place it in her sleeve. I bid you good evening. And
thank you for coming and seeing us again. It's an honor to have...
Thank you for keeping Waterdeep safe.
It's our home.
And with that, she inscribes a few things into the air, and
you watch as the magic washes back over her, and you see the young floral peddler and continues out the door. And Seisha, you hear her whisper,
This is so hard without you.
What was it? I couldn't hear you.
She whispers, "This is so hard without you," as she walks out the door. Kind of her back turned to you as she's leaving.
Yeah. She'll close the door softly.
Well, I should be getting to bed.
And we have to have that drink, don't we?
Not
They will
tonight.
send
They're going to
for it.
send for us.
Great.
Oh, I thought it was tonight. That's how you guys made it seem.
We forgot that they said they had to arrange some things and would send to us.
Thrilling.
Solid.
I have to feed the crows.
I
Yep.
should probably go see how my scarf is doing with my plant.
Scott,
What?
You know, the scarf I got for my birthday.
Yeah?
oh,
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
I
That.
think it's alive. So I'm gonna go check on it.
You should have Venley examine it medically to see if it is alive. That would be a good thing to know. Does it need to eat?
It has the zoomies at night
the
Oh.
zoomies?
and it purrs. You know, like when you go zoom zoom like around the room because you just have so much energy, you just go like la la la. You gotta go.
Like a cat.
Or
Or dog.
yeah. Or a person. Yes.
I'm going upstairs. And Harold does.
He goes too.
and
Do you
I'll
think
let-
Harold's going to be okay?
As long as none of us betray him, I feel he will eventually be okay.
He's endured so much so fast. And I wish I could do something, but there's nothing I can do.
He's in a delicate time. It could be his nature by the way of what he is. He's stuck in between feeling emotions at the fast pace of a human and also feeling the emotions of an elf. We have time to process our emotions. You lot have to address them in a matter of hours.
Yeah.
So for that, I'm truly sorry for him, I suppose you could say.
I guess I'll see you at dawn. Well, before dawn.
Yes. We both have a job to do, it seems.
Someone's got to record the tale, and someone's got to.
Make sure the characters are correct.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Good night, boss.
Good night.
And Seisha will head upstairs.
Okay.
Yep.
And unless there's anything else anybody wants to do tonight, you can all take a long rest.
Yay!
Long
get excited.
rest.
I love a long rest.
Vinley will say that you actually go to sleep or meditate first and then wake up so that you know that you're going to be awake before the morning. And
Yeah, that's
make
what I
sure
was.
that- yeah.
I was planning on just meditating and not doing that full waiting period.
Yeah.
Just doing the meditation for 4 hours, waking up, doing my spells, and getting ready for the morning.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Do my spells. Thank you. I always forget about that.
Making sure that Seisha is ready and anybody else that wants to join along.
I assume no one else.
It is a dark morning. As you awaken before the sun, you feel a cold chill, even for the summer, wondering if it is the feeling of dread, heartbreak, doom of what you are about to witness as it follows with you, almost like death following over your shoulder. But not for you. You continue on Burning, as I'm sure that Seisha will summon, and you two ride together, and you are not stopped at Castle Waterdeep. You are asked solely for your name, and it is almost as if you are expected. And you are brought not to the open field, but into a private area that, when you walk through the threshold, feels disjointed from this plane. The environment around you feels otherworldly. And you see it open and vast, but there is only Lord Victoro, Lady Amalia, a large hooded man in full black robes.
Is it okay if Harold does go?
100%.
Yeah, anybody who wants to be there.
I think Harold would go.
Okay.
I've been fighting it for like the last 10 minutes, but he would go.
Yeah, Vinley would have waited at least 10 minutes past the time she was supposed to leave.
So we'll get a carriage and Seisha will ride next to it.
Yeah.
Vinley does offer her hand to Harold in the carriage.
He'll take it.
And she doesn't say anything. She just holds your hand through her.
He does not say a word.
And as I said, it's Lord Victoro, Lady Amalia, the man dressed in all blacks, unidentifiable in any form, and the open Lord. You can see remorse and regret upon their faces as they look upon you, Harold. And Lady Amalia mouths to you, and Seisha, you can see this as you can now read lips, as she just says, I am so sorry.
Me too.
And there is silence as they are walked over to two guillotines. Quick, painless, although gory, they do not struggle at the rope of a gallows. And in a moment they are there, and in the next they are not.
Seisha just reaches her hand down and holds it out to Harold.
He'll take it.
Vinley records both of their names.
I want to go home.
Come on, let's get you home. And we'll leave.
You do.
And I'll ride in the carriage on the way back, still holding his hand. She won't let go.
Vinley will actually break off from them and head to a marketplace to pick up a portable hoe.
Okay.
Just quickly check the price on it and pick it up.
Where are you going?
I'll be back. I just have to procure a couple things.
Do you need money?
No, I have over 700. I should be good.
Here. Seisha hands you her coin purse with 1,000 gold, 1,007 gold.
Thank you. I will use my gold before I use yours. But thank you. But
Mhm.
get Harold home safely.
I will.
He needs to rest.
Yeah.
1,007 gold. Jeepers Christmas.
I haven't been buying stupid crap.
I've been buying spells.
Seisha doesn't say anything on the ride. She just continues holding Harold's hand. She is not wearing her armor today.
Yeah, Harold doesn't say anything.
All right.
Okay.
When we get back, do you want breakfast? Okay. She'll walk up the stairs with him, open the door for him.
He will just sit in the common room and he will kind of play with his knife.
So V hears that they're back, and so she leaves the room for the first time that day.
Evie.
Okay. She sees Harold and goes over and just hugs him.
Seisha's gonna leave the room.
I'm really sorry that I couldn't
It's okay.
be there with you. I
couldn't sleep. I was trying to. I kept waking up and
I thought about going, but I just know I can't do it. The image will
It's okay.
affect me for way longer than my own imagination.
It's fine. I understand. It's done.
I'm sorry. It just felt wrong to use the favor.
No. I understand.
really wanted to, and I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
It wasn't. He'll hug her tighter, and it wasn't my decision. It was everyone's decision, and I understand why we made the decision we did. We're responsible for a lot of people. I understand.
I know yesterday I was just so angry. I didn't even have time to be sad.
I just don't want to end up like, I don't know. This isn't the stories and everything that I imagined for people like this. It is nothing like it.
I know.
And I just don't know what to do anymore. I thought I had a handle on all this, and I don't. And I don't want anyone to get hurt because of my softness.
No. What?
I don't know.
That's not what that is at all.
We'll think on it. I just have a lot of thinking to do. But I'm not upset with you. I'm not upset with any of you.
I know you're not upset with me. I'm just torn.
Yeah.
I don't know what the right decision is anymore, or if there even is a right in a situation like this.
What's happened. There's only the future.
Knowing them for as long as I have, even if we might not have known each other as well as we thought we did. Death was mercy for them.
I hope so. Anyway, We have a lot to get done today, so we might as well get started.
Hey, Harold.
Yeah,
I love you.
I love you too, V.
I forgot. What are we doing today? I can't remember anything. We're doing the drink thing tonight, right? Or whatever they say, or they're sending for us or something.
Probably tonight, and I'm sure everybody else has other things they want to get done.
I haven't told Rhaenyra yet about the Castellaners. How do I segue from his mom to that?
I'm sure he'll hear about it. He'll know by the end of the day.
I know.
I mean, he had to have known as soon as he found out what was happening.
I know. I wanted to talk to him about it, but I felt like I couldn't.
You can. I mean...
I know. It's just a weird... It was a emotion I didn't intend to happen. It was weird.
Anyway. Yeah. It's done.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to go clean my face and get ready for the day. And Harold will get up and give her one last hug, and then he will go do that.
Vinley does actually want to speak to Harold just real quickly.
Yeah, Vinley will get back from shopping empty-handed as you go and you check the price of a portable hole, and they are hard to find, but when you do find a shop carrying one, they are on the higher end of rare items.
And she'll look at that and say, "Oh dear, I don't quite have that much. It turns out I'll just have to hunt for one. Thank you though, goodbye." And she'll scuttle off to grab some other supplies, head back to the house, and be in the living room area waiting for Harold because she has no idea where he is.
Harold will come back down at some point, waiting for everybody to commune.
Yep.
Oh, Harold,
Yep.
might I borrow you for just a moment?
Sure.
Here, follow me. And she will lead him outside under the tree that we have in front of our...
In the courtyard of the tavern?
I don't know if this will help, but there was a thing that we would do on my island. It's an elvish sort of ritual to either mourn someone you have lost or let go of feelings that are troubling you. And she awkwardly sits down, takes off the boots, and sits with cross legs and in a meditation stance and has her bare feet in the grass. It's rather silly, but you just meditate on it and you focus on the thing that's troubling you and you confront it head on. I could perhaps guide you through it, for you are an elf after all, and I figured this would help you in some way because I see that you are struggling quite badly, and I don't want you to struggle.
Okay, I'll try it.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. And he'll get down and he'll sit down on the grass. And he'll take off his boots, and he has one metal foot in the grass. He kind of repositions it so it's stuck in the grass, and he kind of digs his foot a little into the floor, into the ground, so he makes sure it stays there. And then he puts his other foot in the grass, and then...
I don't think we quite calculated for metal appendages.
I didn't calculate for that myself either, but here we are. And he kind of closes his eyes. And he's like, okay, so what do I do?
Okay, so just take my hands. And she has taken off her gloves as well, and it's her bare hands.
Okay, he kind of takes it. He's like, whoa, 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 you're not wearing your gloves.
Now just close your eyes and envision exactly what is troubling you. Make a distinct image of it in your brain. And just stare at it. And we will do this until either you get bored of it, or you're able to move on, or people start walking in and bothering us.
He's quiet and he's contemplative, and he kind of sits there for a while, and he kind of opens his eyes and looks at her. He's like, it doesn't seem surmountable to me when I look at it like this.
Not at first. Over time, you'll be able to make the image smaller until it's insignificant. It just takes time. That's why it's an elven ritual.
The only thing feeling insignificant right now is me. I look at this and I close my eyes and I say to myself, I can convince Manchun that he has a brother out there somewhere who wears red and likes birds, but I can't convince everybody to spare these two people's lives. I don't know. I question everything now.
Harold,
And when I close my eyes, all I see is every good thing I have and whether I can trust it still. That's what I see. I close my eyes and I say, how much of it's real still? What can I hold on to? What's left to trust?
She grabs the side of his head and slams her forehead on his. Rather forcefully.
Ow.
It hurt me as well, but what you have to realize is I've been through what you've been through. Not quite the same situation, but that feeling that everything good in your life has crumbled before your eyes and your hands to dust. It gets better. I had 150 years to master my feelings. You don't have that long. So we shall rush you through the basics of elven compartmentalization. And then that way, your trouble will be close to your heart, and you will never forget those people, but you can learn a lesson from every single one of them. Okay?
I'm trying.
You are not insignificant, Harold. You changed my entire perspective on an entire race of Toril. And just because you weren't able to convince this one person doesn't make you insignificant. It makes the situation one-sided. But their mind was already made up. And they made their choice.
You know, for the first time ever, I, on some level, understand how Voss feels. That feeling where you feel like you have no control and you do anything just to get a grip on something so you could have control over something. But the only way I can do that is by lying to people and being the thing that hurt me so bad. I fought my whole life to not be like my parents. I'm just like them. I'm worse. And I'm trying so hard not to be this thing, but this is the only strength I have. And this is all I am. And if I just tried harder, they'd be alive. If I had said more, if I had used it, but I wouldn't, because I don't want to be this, and I won't be that. I'm going to be better, man. I'm not going to be weak, but I'm not going to let it change me. I'm not going to be bad. You're right. If I just stare at the problem long enough, it's going to get smaller and smaller. And I've got people like you to help me through it.
Yes.
And I trust you. I trust all of you.
But please, Harold, just one last note. You have something Voss and I don't. you still have a spark inside of you. So, could you do me a favor and nurture that, and please never let it die? Or I'll hurt you.
I'm not going anywhere.
Good. Also, hold on to Petunia. She nurtures your spark quite well.
All right. I think we're scaring off customers because I'm crying a lot.
That's fine. We didn't need them anyway.
That's fair. And he'll go back to meditating.
And she will continue meditating as well.
All right, and you all eventually reconvene back into the common room, and at this point, it's probably about 8 in the morning, closer to 9.
And can I have a quick word with V? Sish will come and knock on her door.
It's open.
She'll walk in. Hey,
Hey,
how you doing?
not great. Honestly, this whole situation is really weird and a lot to process, and it's all happened just so fast.
Yeah. Seems like you've been hit really hard, really fast, and if there's anything I can do to help lighten the load on you or bring you comfort, just let me know, okay?
Okay, I will.
I don't know if this will comfort you, but I know it would comfort me. So I figured I'd let you know. It was very quick. And they didn't suffer.
Yeah, I think they suffered enough beforehand.
I think sometimes death is a great mercy.
That's how I feel in this situation, and it's hard.
I kind of thought about something that we could do.
Yeah?
They're kids. I'd like to put together a fund for them. Get them some good governesses or governors to oversee them as they grow. And I mean, for the money we make, it wouldn't be difficult to make sure they always have a home.
Yeah. Pretty soon.
Not as fancy as the one they grew up in, but...
No, I know. It's at the rate we've been going lately, pretty soon we'll be our own home for wayward kids.
I know. There are worse things, though.
There are worse things.
But
even though I'm not great with kids, I have known these kids since they were born. They're not bad kids.
yeah,
They do mostly kind of keep to themselves to each other ever since they started getting sick. And
I'm curious if their illness was tied to the doctor, if this was all part of a seed that was planted.
I wonder that too. They said that, didn't they get sick after the doctor started? I mean, it just would make sense,
worse.
right?
They
Yeah.
got worse after the doctor showed up.
Why would you listen to, whatever, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
Why would you listen to a doctor who's not, sorry, it doesn't matter. It's in the past.
Yeah, but we can take care of them. And I think that would be a good way to honor the memory of the people you knew. Their desperation made them someone different. I think you did know them.
I just know my chapter with the Castellaners is not over until I find Osvaldo. And who knows, maybe he is alive and he can take care of them.
I will walk to the ends of Toril with you to find him.
I know.
We're gonna go to your father's mine.
Look, I know our marriage was arranged and all, but I still cared for him.
I can tell. We're gonna go to your father's mine. That's the last place he was seen. And we'll start looking there. And if your dad has a problem with it, he can take it up with me. And I will run away with my tail between my legs, but...
I was waiting for that.
But I'll be like a bump in the road that slows him down a little bit.
Yeah. Remember, he destroyed an entire village of Goliaths.
Yeah, but you know what? He didn't have the BFG standing against him.
Or his own daughter.
I think that was a little before your time.
Yeah. No, for sure.
You're an amazing person, V. You're the strongest person I know. You really are.
Well, I mean, I think I could beat any of y'all at an arm wrestling.
Not just physically. You know what I mean. You really are. And I don't want you to ever doubt that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I gotta go get ready. So I will.
Okay.
I got like an hour of putting armor on.
Let me know if you need help.
All right. If you need anything, like I said, just let me know.
I will. Thank you.
And Seisha will give her a big hug and head out.
All right, and with that, you all, Stacia comes back down, armored. You've all gathered yourself as best as you can after a very, very rough morning, emotionally strained, putting up what defenses you can to get through the day. As you all gather together in the common room to discuss what the plan is for the day.
Blackstaff is expecting us.
Halam.
Yes.
Let's go dreamwalk.
Let's do it.
Also, Stacia, here's your money back. I didn't need it because the portable holes seem to be 5,000 gold pieces apiece. So I told them I would hunt for one myself.
You think maybe Mert would give us a loan?
I'd
mean,
rather
pay them
not.
off.
I'd rather not talk to him. That's not the kind of hunting I was looking for.
I could talk to him.
Let's see how the dream walk pans out before we talk to a walrus again.
Okay. Maybe the Blackstaff could help us get one.
Even better idea.
Cuckoo.
All right. Away we go.
All right. You all make your way back to the Blackstaff Tower, and as Vinley presses her hand against the wall and channels the weave to open the door, it is not the foyer you walk into. It's as if the tower itself was expecting your arrival. You all find yourselves back in the nearly blinding bright light of the crystal-domed doorless room.
The area around you is round and smooth, as if you are trapped within a massive bubble of swirling milk-silvery smoke. In the center of the room, you see Vajra, the unconscious body of Halam, and the body of the ghostly, white albino halfling that levitates a few feet from the ground, with their legs crossed in a sitting position.
A flow of white, arcane weave pours out from the forehead of the unconscious man through a light blue Celestine focusing crystal. The thread of magic tethers to the small, pale halfling woman. Her deep gray, golden-trimmed robes billow as if in a calm storm ignited by the glow of the divining runes and circles that cover every inch. Suddenly, in your heads, you all hear telepathically the woman's calm and soothing voice.
It is good to see you all again. If you do not remember, I am Master Evelos Morali, teacher of divination. I have been monitoring Halam for the past few days now, and have not been able to wake him or reach him through his mind yet. But I can still feel his presence. It is Vajra and I's consideration for me to walk you through his memories so that we may find a way to awaken him, if you are ready.
Of course. It would be our pleasure to assist in this endeavor.
Yep.
You guaranteed our safety through this.
Is it okay for me to be doing this when I've never met him?
Vajra will just nod.
Okay.
You see Vajra look to Master Morali, and she nods. Your knowledge and understanding, Lore Seeker, will be of great asset in there. We are entering through a mind. The connection you have with one another will guide you. Now, sit in a circle around Halam and open your mind to me. I am not here to peer into your thoughts, but I need no resistance from you in order for you to walk with me through his mind. Does anybody resist?
Nope.
No.
Voss is the most hesitant, but he will open his mind.
What is everyone's surface thoughts? Let's start with Vinley.
Why are portable holes so expensive? And I hope we don't die in here. It would be very anticlimactic to die in someone else's head.
V.
God, I hate this so much because I feel so pressured to think about something that's not embarrassing. So I'm just going to think about things that are not embarrassing. What's not embarrassing? What if I just keep thinking these words over and over again? I won't think of something embarrassing. And then immediately it's just like a picture of like that is a flash of like the nipple suit. And it's like, no, you're repressing that. Can they see the image thoughts or just hear it?
Voss.
She promised our safety. That doesn't mean this won't be dangerous.
Seisha.
There's a tune playing through her head, and the words, "The love of a mother is eternal, the hope of a father never grows old. For a child is a gift so precious, it's worth the world in gold."
Oh.
And Harold.
Oh, my heart.
It's just the image of Lady Castlemander apologizing to him over and over again.
Back.
All right. The bright light fades away as you close your eyes and open your mind to the master of divination. The world fades away. No light, no wind, no heat or cold, and no ambient sound. Just a calm, empty slate. You all look down to see ethereal, mentally projected forms of yourselves, yet you feel solid. With a quick glance, you see that you have all of your material accoutrement, save for any potions or single-use items. As you look around, you see standing near you is the ghostly white halfling diviner who slowly approaches with a kind smile, looking at you all from behind pure white eyes. But what catches your attention more is the small patches of undergrowth that fade into a full, swampy jungle. Your mind tries to comprehend and make sense of it, as you knew Halam to reside within the top of Mount Waterdeep. And that swampy jungle is like 50 to 100 feet away that seems to just materialize from nothing.
We are now inside the mind of Halam. We must find his consciousness and find out why he has reclused himself inside his mind, or worse, what is trapping him within. It looks like our path begins within the tangles of his mind that way. She points.
To the swamp?
Yep.
Oh, I hate
Uh.
swamps.
Oh, you hate swamps?
I hate swamps.
Well, I hate swamps too, and I got eaten by a crocodile.
How will we know when
Oh,
we found
yeah, I remember that.
I
how
hate
will
them
we
further.
know when we find what we seek?
You will know.
Swamps are so sticky.
Will Halam's consciousness appear as him?
It should. But there is no way to know for certain.
Okay.
We are looking through his memories, not exactly looking for him. For those of you that were with me, when we looked through the man, when we walked his memory, and he bought dog food, you recall, we were watching through his eyes.
All right then.
I have a question out of play. Is my material possession Dumbo with me?
No.
I thought so.
So, and that'll bring me to a very good point. This will be similar to what happens when you guys enter the books.
Okay.
You will have all of your accoutrement, your stuff, your items, but no expendables can be used. So no potions, anything like that.
What about spell slots on like items?
Right.
I'm gonna say no.
I agree with that. I was gonna say I don't think
no item use can be used while here. Everything on your person, like you of your person, meaning like yourself, can
right.
be used.
Anything powered through you and your mind.
Yep.
So spells are a part of you. It is something that you know either through knowledge or through practice.
Yep.
Right.
Or through faith.
Yep.
So
racial abilities are all fine. All of that is perfectly fine to use.
Just items, got it.
Yep. Just items. But you look down and you have all of your items on you. You have your potions there. They're on you. You are as if you were in the physical world. They just don't. You just can't use them.
And if you were to use your accordion, in the sense like it would make music, but it would not cast.
Right, exactly.
Let's do this.
Agreed. And keep constant watch. This is the first time we've ever done it like this before, so anything that could be conceived as dangerous, I want to keep my eye open for it.
Okay.
Yep.
Just keeping my eyes open in general.
Same.
All right.
Yeah.
The absent yet solid feeling ground beneath your seemingly floating feet begins to feel softer and softer with each step. There is no slopping or sucking sound pouring up from the water-logged seeping mud that now clings to your ethereal shoes as you make your way further into the swamplands. Your mind traces back to the last time you found yourselves in a marshland and starts to keep an eye out for creatures that may lurk in the mud, like crocodiles.
Yeah, like crocodiles. Thanks, Devin and Dustin, for adding that in the description.
Or that would cause the trees to move, or give tricks of the mind. But it's hard to say what you will see manifest within the mind of someone else.
Continuing on, you see that the shadows here are deeper and darker than they should be, creating almost a stark two-tone lighting without the gradient of natural shadow. It isn't too long before station. You see something move slightly out of your peripheral, but you're unsure as to what it is as you go to look and see nothing in its place. You all, at this moment, get the feeling of something watching you. The feeling of being prey lost within the wilderness comes over you with an extreme feeling of dread.
When she looks and doesn't see anything, she just holds her hand up.
Draw weapons.
I could have sworn I saw something.
Great.
Which way?
We should have asked if his consciousness is going to attempt to fight us. That would have been a good question.
And as you say that, Master Morale speaks up and says,
Oh, she's still with us. Okay.
100% right next to you.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Is his consciousness going to try to fight us?
Everyone's mind is different. Its own maze to navigate, its own manifestations through ego, id, superego. Some have extreme cognitive control, while others are an untamed wild of uncontrollable ideas and thoughts. It is hard to say which we are dealing with here. Halam is strong of mind, but there is no telling what state he is currently in. I assure you, your bodies will be fine. However, you can experience pain here as any dark thoughts can manifest to attack our psyche. We need to find a sanctum, a place where his mind might protect itself so that we may walk through his memories.
Do our own thoughts affect the thoughts around us?
They shouldn't.
Okay.
Just to be clear and to refresh my memory, he hasn't woken since the nightmare that struck the entire city, right?
Just so you all know, he was only found when Reddard and his group went up. It was unsure of how long he had been out. Yep.
Okay.
Minus you, but the party was the last to literally see him and speak to him. The next group to went was Reddard's group.
Yeah, so we don't know when he went unconscious.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's keep going.
As you carry on, it isn't long before you come across a large body of water that shimmers and is as smooth as glass. What is strange is that in the reflection you see a 6-tiered stone hexagonal ziggurat that it sends to a massive sculpted sitting monk in a tranquil meditation.
If anybody wants to give me perception checks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Certainly.
I got a good perception. Do I get advantage on this? Oh wait, I have advantage on it anyways.
It is not an illusion.
Yeah, perception. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so 19 regardless.
Okay.
22.
All right.
5.
What is?
20.
Oh,
Sorry.
Indeed.
No.
You said 20?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Yeah, no, absolutely. As you look out, what is strange is that despite there being nothing above the water or floating in the center of it, like an island, you see the reflection, the 6-tiered hexagonal ziggurat that extends to a massive sculpted sitting monk in tranquil meditation. Through scrutinous inspection, you see a bright white hexagonal diamond-like gem embedded in its forehead. It is at this point that Morali speaks up, but it is not her voice that you hear.
Do not look for what is there, but seek truth in what you can perceive, and the path will be made as clear as water.
I know he's saying not to be obvious, but I think that thing in his forehead has something to do with this.
And just a reminder, it is a flat plane of water. There is nothing atop it, but you can see your reflections and the reflections of this ziggurat.
Is there anything around me? Small objects, anything like that?
You look around, and it's strange because you were just in a swamp,
Yeah.
and now you're in nothing. You look back, and it is just emptiness. And you look
Harold-
back, and all you see is that reflective.
Harold's gonna move in tandem with the reflection to
Yeah.
go to where the ziggurat should be, and then reach a hand out to feel if he feels anything.
Okay. As you go to step on the water, you expect to sink in.
Yeah.
You are standing atop the water.
Hang on your reflection.
Ooh,
What you're
ooh,
standing on top of yourself.
ooh.
Yeah. And so she'll will begin walking across the water.
Okay.
And as you make your way further and further, you go to where the ziggurat should be, and you reach out, and there's nothing there.
Okay, that's a weird one. What do I see my reflection doing?
You see your reflection reaching out.
And like, is his hand going through it, or is he touching it?
It's hard to perceive.
That's fair.
Your
I'm looking straight down. Yeah.
and your steps are creating a ripple effect, and with every
Right.
movement, it just seems to be a little obscure.
I want to try to step up as if walking upstairs.
Okay. As you go lift your foot, It steps on air and it steps into the water, and a large ripple washes out.
I'm gonna try something. Let's see what happens. I go to walk into where the ziggurat would be.
That's what I just did.
Oh, you literally like?
Yeah, I walked on where the stairs going up were and just went through.
So if that didn't work,
I take the long blade, I plunge it into the pool. Is there anything solid to it?
As your blade touches the top of the water,
It tinks as you see the reflection of your blade as it almost like tinks off of each other.
Seisha ties a rope around herself.
Mhm.
Here, and tosses it to Harold.
I take it.
Be ready to pull me up. If I tug on it, pull me up.
Mm-hmm.
And she steps forward and goes underwater.
You go underwater and you hit solid. You're hitting your own.
Okay,
reflection.
still on my reflection.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna try reaching down and taking my reflection's hand. Can I do that?
It's just like
Yeah.
touching a glass mirror.
It doesn't feel like my hand.
No.
Okay, cool. All right. Do not look for what is not there, but seek truth in what you can perceive, and the path will be made as clear as water.
I hear anything here. Close my eyes. Listen.
Kick water onto where the ziggurat is.
As you kick the water, it just splashes over nothing, and droplets form onto the lake bed again.
Okay. Seek truth in what you can perceive. I perceive this ziggurat, which we cannot enter.
Okay, so I will walk to where the ziggurat is.
Okay.
And just right where it is. Obviously, I've seen Harold can't feel it, but I pull out grappling hook
Okay.
and I look down.
Okay.
And I'm going to attempt to, without looking upwards, try to fling it in such a way that the grappling hook will hit the reflection of the ziggurat.
Okay. As you fling it,
I'm going to send you a message, Logan. 'Cause
Okay.
I need to know something.
Okay.
While he's doing that, Vinley walks on the water, puts her hand on it, and tries to imagine herself as the reflection.
Okay.
as you toss your grappling hook, it clinks off the water, hitting itself and bouncing. You all watch as Vinley walks up, kneels down, and places her hand on the reflection. And as she does, a small ripple echoes out across the horizon as your entire perspectives shift. Your feet find solid ground again, against the glass, but you feel the weight of gravity pull against you as if you are walking on the ceiling. Your air falls above you, yet your armor and weapons stay snug against your body. It is a strange feeling of what is both true and untrue, a combination of impossibilities. However, you do not see the ziggurat in the reflection, as you are now looking at the ziggurat as the camera tilts, and you are now your reflections.
Who did that?
Hello.
That was really good. What did you do?
I just imagined myself as that I was the reflection, because we were told not to worry about what wasn't there and seek truth in what was.
Smart. Very smart. Okay.
You all continue forth, not trying to think about what might happen if you jump, while others kind of test the limits and find that although it pulls against you overhead, you always return to the water as if it were the solid ground beneath your feet, tethering you to the world. Again, a dichotomy of two impossibilities. You eventually make your way to the base of the large, ornate structure, covered in an ancient language none of you understand.
Comprehend languages.
Okay.
As you cast it and lay your hand upon the script, dragging it across, you watch as it begins to translate for you.
But only for you, as you
Okay.
read.
Logic and reason tether us to awakened consciousness and spirituality through our intuition and empathy. Through this power, no stone is too heavy, no distance too great, no truth unknown, as we are blessed by the Serene One, and through him, the invisible arts. You also notice the words that hold the names Apenser, Master of Thought, and Lord of Reason, as well as the titled word of Narcolith.
Apenser, Master of Thought and Reason. She reads the whole thing aloud.
No, the whole thing in the chat. We'll put the whole thing in the chat for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was just typing that.
Yeah.
For the viewers who don't know, I am basically deaf. So a lot of the times I can't hear anything.
And as you say this out loud, Morali speaks up.
I know Halam was a devout of Apenser, but it is interesting he would manifest an ancient drowned temple to the forgotten god. He must be inside. We just need to walk through his memories and find the answer that will awaken him, either from within or the reason for his stasis on our side.
If I sing a catchy tune, do you think it'll get stuck in his head? Sorry, these are the things I worry about as I start heading forward.
And if anybody would like to roll history check,
Yep.
Yeah.
Harold don't know history.
Yeah, that's not my strong suit.
All right. So Vinley and Seisha.
16.
17.
Station.
Yeah. Not Vinley this time.
In the ancient lands of Jomdek, there resided 12 cities known as the 12 Cities of the Sword, all of which were ruled over by Psiocracy of the Noble Blade Lords, psionics powerful enough to manifest telepathic energy weaponry from the sheer will of thought alone. The capital of those cities in the rolling grasslands and the forest foothills that were later consumed by the waters of Villan Reach that connects to the Sea of Fallen Stars was known as Narcolith.
She'll convey that information to the group.
And Vinley, you were just recently on the Sea of Fallen Stars.
Very close to this area, but not exactly.
That would put some puzzle pieces together as to why those people were there.
And what else are we looking at in front of us?
Stairways that leads up. And
Okay.
as you ascend, you approach the doorway that leads into the depths of this mental construct, and you see the hexagonal symbol with the shape of an eye in its center etched into the crowning keystone that feels almost like it is watching you. A set of stairs descends into pitch black darkness. And Harold, your vision sees that it descends beyond your devil's sight.
That's deep.
Not that deep.
Deep enough I can't see the bottom.
But remember, logic and reason tether us to awakened consciousness and spirituality through our intuition and empathy. Through this power, no stone is too heavy, no distance too great, no truth unknown, as we are blessed by the Serene One, and through him the invisible arts.
My logic and reason says that's a long ass way.
That's your problem.
This isn't logical. You have to let go of those tethers.
I don't wanna. I like those tethers. Those tethers have kept me from falling long distances in the past.
Seisha hands V the end of the rope that's still tied around her.
Okay.
I can fly.
True.
Aren't they stairs?
Actually, I don't need the rope. I can fly.
Yes, there are stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh, there
stairs.
are? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I was
I'll
gonna say,
take
we
the
just came
stairs.
across a huge thing of stairs.
Vinley literally just goes, "Aren't they stairs?" And you look down, and there are stairs there.
Just
I go
looking for a
down-
quick way and say she'll start bopping down the stairs.
Yeah. I go down the stairs.
You all enter, and it starts getting very, very dark.
Moonlit rapier, does it have any effect?
Okay, you pull out your moonlit rapier.
Yeah.
Rapier. V, you don't have to do anything because it's
Thanks.
always active.
Yeah,
Seisha,
and again, we know these are items. Your mind perceives them as always emanating light, so they are emanating the light that they normally do.
That's fine.
Light on my shield.
it's a light on your shield, and it's also those are mundane, innate abilities of
Yep.
them, and not
Per day.
per day things. So you all brandish your lights, finding that your spells and magical items are using their mundane abilities, work within the mind of the comatose monk. The shield, rapier, and ghost lantern all illuminate the shadows, pushing them away to the far reaches of the stone corners before consuming the light into darkness once more as you pass. You descend and descend and descend, further and further and further for what feels like an eternity. Voss, you know it has been almost 20 minutes of pure descension before your foot falls upon solid, flat ground.
It is at this moment that you notice that the light you are carrying that once lit the way is beaten back by the oppressive darkness. You see the faint glow of them, but it is so faint, it is as if you were holding a lightened shadow in a sea of pitch black. Only bright enough to see the silhouette of the light source, but nothing emanating from it.
Harold, with slowly diminutive light no longer impeding your vision, you too notice that your sight is shunted by the intense darkness that now consumes you all. Everything around you is beyond black, a pure absence of light to the point where you cannot see the fingers you wave mere inches in front of your face. You go back to the staircase, but find nothing but more solid, flat stone behind you.
This is not how it should be. We should be voyeurs witnessing echoes and shadows of Halam's past. I can try to focus my energy into providing a pathway through light, but it will take everything I have to focus so intently. It should also illuminate our path out of here. I will be vulnerable and unable to protect you, but we will find our way out.
And
We'll
that,
keep you safe.
that is where we're going to take a break.
Ah!
Build that tension. Build that tension.
No big deal. This should be easy.
I think the most concerning thing to me at this point is Harold can't see.
Yeah, that was a pretty scary moment.
So everybody viewing, thank you for joining us on our last episode of the year, but we will be returning come January, obviously. And to thank you, enter hashtag Beyond or hashtag Eldritch if you have not done so, to win your to be able to win a
Tasha's Cauldron of Everything
that one.
and an Eldritch Foundry miniature.
there you go.
We will be back in about 15 or 20 minutes. And we're back.
Yes. The party deliberated with Laurel Silverhand about the fate of the Castellanters, while some watched that fate the coming morning. And then after that, they ventured to the Blackstaff Tower, where they are now residing inside the mind of a comatose Halam by the power of Evolos Morali, the master of divinations. And through Vinley's wit, was able to solve the first mental test, to see what was not seen and perceive what was truth. And that is, you are the reflection within the pool of water leading to the ziggurat of Openser. You now are in the belly of that ziggurat, where there is nothing but darkness surrounding you, and Morali has started to cast.
I don't know why, but the connection feels shunted in this place. Perhaps in his catatonic state, he is unable to manifest thought or memory, and we are lost within his consciousness. Enough of a tether holds us here, and I am certain we will be safe if we can find our way out of these shadows. Okay.
Yeah, the small woman then closes her cataract eyes as a concentration of pure white light begins to illuminate between her hands. So you see her face scrunched in extreme concentration.
Esta nostrum revelare.
Suddenly
Weapons
in her hand,
drawn, ready to hit anything that moves towards her.
okay. Suddenly in her hands appears a white hurricane lantern whose light penetrates 10 feet in every direction, very shallowly. Where you now see you are standing in the center of a 20 by 20 foot corridor chamber with 4 10-foot wide pathways leading deep back into the pitch black darkness in every direction.
North, south, east, or west.
Besides, since I can't see anything, is there anything I can hear? Close my eyes and kind of listen for, considering I can't see anything.
Make a perception check.
At disadvantage.
Sure. Well, it still might be okay, actually. 18.
Closing your eyes and listening, you hear something skitter and slither in the shadows from every corner.
Corridor.
Corridor. The halfling refocuses as the light resurges back into the 10-foot radius, encompassing you all with her in the center of your group. The young diviner breathes sharply back as her head rocks back, and a familiar voice echoes from her lips once again.
What beast has the sharpest eye? As her head relaxes back into its natural position with heavy panting.
I just had a connection, deeper than before. I felt him. This is good. We must keep going. I don't know why, but we are lost within the corridor of Master Halam's mind. It seems to be a construct of his own doing. This is impressive, incredible. I've never encountered someone to have this mental capability to control their mind like this. Although promising, I must warn you, anything is now possible, and there is no telling what we may encounter.
Form a circle around her.
I do. I step in front to the north.
Yep.
What beast is this?
There is something
That's
here, I've heard it, but I don't know exactly what it is, where it's coming from, or if this is one of Halam's machinations. Just be prepared.
Hawk?
What'd
There's
you
a
say,
hawk?
Zaisha?
A hawk. Don't they have the best vision?
I believe we have only a line of a riddle. Best not try to solve it without a complete one. Let's continue forward.
Yep.
I will head north.
So you start heading in a direction where I try to urge and corral the group into keeping a circle around her so that if something approaches, it's got to go through one of us.
Yes. Make a pentagram around her. For there are 5 of us.
I'll take front.
Okay. Goblin, if you want to look at your messages.
Got it. Wait, no. Eagle. Eagle has the best eye.
Okay, so you guys begin to move north.
Hold on. Vinley,
Yes.
could you send your familiar straight up?
I haven't tried to conjure him yet.
Could
I
you?
attempt to conjure Savard.
Nothing. Does
Damn.
not appear.
It seems to go all around directions, but if that's a part of it, is it a part of the clue, or is that all we're getting?
Unsure.
An eagle generally has the best eye because it's in the sky.
I mean, I could fly,
I know, but
but I hate to use it if that's not it.
agreed. It's a chance.
And even then, we only got 10 feet of light. You start going up, you're gonna get lost real quick.
I know.
Logic says that.
Yeah, logic, reason, things I'm tethered to. I've accepted that. That's something I'm comfortable with accepting. It's a mental flaw, and I'll accept that I think about things like a logical, reasonable person.
Harold, what sort of range does your dagger have?
I don't know. I work out.
Sorry,
Could you fire it in a direction we listen and see if it actually hits anything?
V's selling me out over there.
I
definitely work out occasionally. I've done like 3 push-ups.
Yes, Harold, you are very
What-
strong. We're all very impressed. Can you please do this?
What do you need me to do?
Voss,
Fire in a singular direction, perhaps, and see if you can hit anything.
I don't know what I'm gonna hit out there.
correct.
That's what I mean. If you hit a corridor or a
What
wall.
if it's like, what's the sharpest eye? Oh, it's that one, the 30-story one that's about to kill you if you do anything to it. Oops, you put an eye in it. I mean, you put a knife in it. You put a knife in the eye.
don't
I ruined it.
know anything about this place. If we stand here and do nothing, we'll eventually run out of time. We need to start making moves.
I like exploring more than I like throwing out random attacks and
All
hoping
right,
something doesn't
all right.
retaliate.
If the whole group wants to move in a singular direction, fine.
I mean, does anybody else want me to throw a knife into the darkness and pray to God it's gonna come back to me?
I just worry about where it would fall.
What's gonna fall in somebody's eye?
Yeah.
A giant eye.
But I mean,
Like-
you usually call it back.
Hey, listen,
That's
if you're
what I
out
mean.
there in the dark and you're like planning on killing us, and I throw this knife, just get out of the way. You know
Let's-
I'm gonna do
Let's
it. I'm
have this
gonna do it
conversation
this
while we
way.
walk.
Okay,
I'm
so you're
fine.
walking as you head north, you continue down, you enter into a 10-foot wide hallway. The walls are rough hewn stone. The ceiling you can see at the edge of this 10-foot diameter of light. And as you continue to walk, you move down about 60 feet before you come into another 20 by 20 chamber.
It feels like the shadows are a little bit more oppressive. That sound you heard, Voss, now listening out for it. Seisha, you hear it too. Skittering and slithering in the shadows beyond, in the corridors from every direction. As the diviner breathes sharply again. What beast has the sharpest eye?
An eagle. An eagle. What does the eagle have to do with this?
Maybe gotta fly or something.
Maybe go east? Eagle
What?
east?
Oh,
Yeah.
East. I thought you said west.
Compass, are you reading over there?
We'll try going east.
You walk down a 10-foot by 10-foot corridor once again that leads into darkness. Morali in between you all, now scrunched together as the light barely reaches the ends of the line. And you enter another 20 by 20 corridor. And as you enter, she goes,
She does
Threads.
that.
Threads get pulled through the eye of what?
What was it? I'm sorry.
What?
Threads get pulled through the eye of
A needle.
what?
A needle.
North,
North.
north. Head north.
I knew that one. I knew that one.
Ready.
As you head north, guided by Voss's keen mind of knowing exactly which direction that may be.
You again move down. 60 feet or so, Voss knowing exactly how long you've walked. As you enter into another chamber. However, this one is different. You see dozens of gems lying strewn about the floor. Amid the treasure stands a marble statue with its hands clasped in front of it. A placard at the statue's base reads, "Only one treasure may leave this room. Cross with another and find your tomb." And
As you look around, you see that you're in a completely enclosed room.
the statue in front of you depicts a man, tall, standing over 7 feet, bald, wearing simple monk-like vestments, as his hands are clasped in front of him like this.
His eyes closed.
What was the riddle again?
Only one treasure may leave this room. Cross with another and find your tomb.
And there are dozens of loose gems all over the floor of this room.
There's a singular door leading out.
Anything on the door? Engravings, markings.
No engravings, no markings. There does seem to be an old looped iron handle.
I want to inspect the statue closely.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
I'll assist with this. Is it something I would do?
Can I investigate it as well independently?
Sure.
It's a 21, natural 20.
Wow.
Better than mine.
Marnie.
There is something familiar about this statue.
Especially for you, Seisha.
You recognize this. You've seen this person. This is a statue of Oppenser.
Thought and reason. No stone is too heavy. The statue?
I look at it, give it a small push. Is there any purchase to it?
Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Yeah. 12.
Push on it, and there's no give. There's no budge. There's
V,
nothing.
can you pick the statue up?
Did
What
seem
if
like there
that
was-
counts as a treasure?
That's the treasure that leaves this room.
Wait, really? Are we sure? I don't want to, like, what if it's one of those things where it's like if you touch the wrong thing, then it like messes everything up?
Only
Did I
one
think there
treasure
was-
may leave this room. That's all, Pencer.
Okay, so leaving the room. Okay, well,
And
all
remember,
right.
the riddle we heard talked about no stone is too heavy.
Oh yeah, maybe it's okay. She goes over to try to pick up the statue.
Okay, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Okay, I'm gonna use my yeet dice.
Yeet!
I'm so excited. All right, it's not a yeet, but one day we'll get that. It is a.
Yeah, there weren't any children involved this time.
Ooh, that look.
It's a 21. It's a 21.
And you wrap your arms around it. It's nearly the same size as this
Remember, it's not heavy.
as the stone. Listening to Seisha's words, as at first you start to lift with strength, and then imagine that it is lighter than a feather, yet it still does not budge.
Oh, I genuinely didn't expect it to be heavy.
Can you
So
put the riddle in chat?
Yeah.
Sorry, I have the memory of a fruit fly. That's why I take notes.
yeah, I would say V genuinely didn't like walk up with any doubt that she wouldn't be able to pick up the statue. So it wasn't like a perception thing.
Is there anything different about the gems in any way, shape, or form?
Make an investigation check.
Okay.
Can I investigate the door itself?
Wait,
Sure, of
what color was the gem on the head of the figure at the top of the ziggurat outside?
It was a
20.
diamond.
Yeah,
It's diamond?
it was like a white diamond. Yes.
White.
Is there a white diamond in here?
25.
Yeah, hold on.
24.
You look around and you do
Natural
not
20.
see any diamonds. There is something that looks similar to that, but it is not a diamond. With that investigation, you realize that there are multiple different gems. You see amber, you see quartz, you see garnets, you see citrines, onyx, amethysts, jade, rubies.
Sapphires. All
Not a
in
diamond, though.
No diamond.
no diamond, and all in a different myriad of numbers and stuff. Vinley, what did you get?
24 on the door.
24. You look over it, trying to find, watching Voss as he, and taking from him as the way he looks for traps and things. You find no traps, and you see that the door can easily be opened.
I open it.
It leads back into another oppressive, shadowy hallway.
What if we don't take any treasure?
That's what I'm thinking.
What if the treasure is just safe passage or a last?
What if the treasure is the friendships we made along the way? You know, like we're the treasure. It's us.
Voss inwardly hopes you're
Statue,
not right.
south. This is our
Ah!
clue for the next room.
Oh, okay, let's just leave.
I don't.
B walks over to the door to open it.
It feels
I already
like
opened.
She already opened it.
Oh, okay. B walks through the door.
V, wait.
What?
Hold on. We need to stick together, remember?
Okay, so hold my hand.
No, we have to make sure that we are all agreeant on the fact that statue should be the treasure because it's the representation of his god. That's the greatest treasure.
But we can't lift it.
But we can't lift it. But statue starts with an S.
Is there a
Much like
So
eagle.
go south. Is the door not facing south?
is there a stone that represents this god, or knowledge, or
Solidite represents truth.
I don't know stones well enough to know what that is.
I looked to see if there's a solidite stone in here.
Sorry, we're trying to clarify something on our end.
Oh, okay.
The door is not to the south. The door is to the north.
Right, but I'm thinking if we go.
What about the door we entered in? Is that to the south?
There's only one door now. As we entered,
Oh,
the
right.
room seemed to have changed. Okay. But you were asking for a specific type of stone?
Solidite.
There is not.
Okay.
Can I attempt to lift the statue?
Of course.
And I have no preconceptions of how heavy this statue is. I know I'll be able to lift it because
Might be the least hardy person has to lift it.
Are we so certain that it's under this statue, or the statue has anything to do with it at all?
I looked at the statue and didn't find anything except for the fact that it's all Pencer. And I looked really close.
Vinley, what did you get?
18.
18. Again, knowing for a fact that this statue is nothing mere but a construct of the mind. It has no weight. It does not move.
Was worth a shot.
Yeah.
I want to try
Go ahead.
because I think I know what has to happen. Let's see if it works. If I can roll low. How about a 9?
9. With a 9, you think it is just a construct of the mind.
My specific thought
Mhm.
is that you have to lift it with as little strength as possible.
Okay. And just doing more so like the storybooks you read of light as a feather, stiff as a board. You put no effort into it, but there is still no movement.
I think we go to the next room and then go south.
You think we should just... Okay, so we're back at our... Let's just go into the next room without taking up anything.
What do you think, Harold?
I don't think that they would just make a room like this for us to just walk through it.
I think maybe it's supposed to be
No.
like tempting, you know?
Blue is statue. Because each riddle had an answer, and the first letter of the answer was which direction we should go.
Does anybody know the names of these rocks?
No.
I'll go through and identify what I can.
Okay, what do you do?
Describe to me exactly what you're doing.
I walk from rock to rock or gem to gem and point at it. And if I know the name of it, say the name.
Not going to make you roll a gemstone knowledge or anything like that. You've been across many of these things. You see jade, onyx, amethyst, sapphire, rubies, amber, citrines, garnets, and quartz.
Jade. What does jade represent?
I don't know. All I know is if we're going with the first letter is what's important, then sapphire would be the only one that represents a direction.
Sapphire statue.
I touch one. I don't pick it up, but I do touch it.
What do you touch?
Touch the sapphire.
Sure.
As you touch it, you hear
In your mind.
Alexander.
I touched one of these. It said a word.
What does it say?
Also, as you go to look for sapphire, you're pretty sure you have the only sapphire. Like there is only one sapphire, and you're touching it.
I picked it up. I touched it. It said Alexander.
Alexander? Who's that?
I knew a guy like that. He was the RA at the Bard College. He was a pretty okay guy.
I
Didn't
place
like
it
that I
down in a
smoked.
place. I put it down in a place where I can get it, and I touch another.
What do you touch?
Quartz.
All right. Nicholas.
Another name. It said Nicholas.
All right,
Nickel.
hang on.
There are multiple quartzes around.
Are these just common middle names?
I touch another
Right,
quartz.
middle
Hang on a second.
I don't know.
I
I just
touch
feel like there's a lot of dudes.
Another
with middle
quartz.
Boss,
Does it say
hang
the same
on.
thing?
You touch another quartz. You said
Yeah. Does it say the same thing?
it says Knox. No.
Nicholas and Knox. So in names.
Wait, is sapphire the only one that there's only one of?
Correct.
It is not the only one that there. You see, there is only one sapphire. If you would like to make an investigation check or a perception check to look to see if you can see if there's, if you would like to start
Right.
looking through them.
How many stones are in this room?
If you would like to assist Harold, you can.
Yes,
in
I
the
can.
Yeah,
counting
okay.
of stones.
Mm-hmm. Do you roll that with advantage?
I'll roll it with advantage.
I'm assisting you.
Is Knox spelled with an N or a K?
Thank you for that advantage. That saved us 22.
22.
Okay.
Taking the time just looking over the hoard, you find
There are
9 amber,
there are 19 pieces of jade, 1 onyx, 14 amethysts, 1 sapphire, 10 rubies, 9 amber, 8 citrines, 9 garnets, and 14 quartz.
Well, my gut says to me, as we line them up and we pile them into groups, that it's either onyx or sapphire, and I feel like it's probably sapphire because that would relate to south. But that's a guess, and it is a blatant guess. And frankly, I'd rather be drunk than doing this. So that should tell you exactly how committed I am right now to figuring out this puzzle.
Let's go ahead and cut the middleman. Let's just say we, assuming nothing bad happens to us, separate the stones into their respective categories.
Okay.
And as we do so,
Yeah, what do we hear?
all of the amethysts do I'll start with the quartzes. Do all of the quartzes give in names?
yes.
Okay. All right. We're starting a pattern now.
Okay.
So
So
Letters.
for brevity's sake and to not read off hundreds of names. What you get. Go ahead and ask me a Jim, and I'll tell you what you hear, or like what letter name you.
Let's just go down the list that we've got. So
Yeah.
Jade.
So yeah, start like in the order that you gave them to us that I have in the chat there. That's what we'll do.
Okay. So Jade, you hear Sarah, Sam,
So you
some
hear
more
nine-
S names.
19 S's.
S. Gotcha.
Onyx.
Onyx. I got that. Keep there. There is only one Onyx,
Right.
and you hear Amanda.
Okay.
Amethyst.
Amethyst. There are 14, and you get more in names.
Sapphire was S. Ruby.
Sapphire was Alexander.
Oh, Sapphire was Alexander. You're right. Sorry.
What was A again? Like which?
Onyx and Sapphire both gave A names.
Onyx and Sapphire. So
Yeah.
there's 2 of them.
Ruby.
Rubies.
Ruby, there are 10 of, and you get Jonathan,
J.
Jimmy,
Okay. Amber.
Amber, Ingrid, Istrid,
I.
I-name,
Okay. Citrine.
Citrine. You get Halam, Henry, Harold.
H.
There are 8 of them.
Garnet.
You get Inigo. You get I-names.
Okay. I. Okay. And Quartz. It was N.
Okay. And then
Yep, of course it's in.
wait. So I think I'm. What was?
I put in the
Here,
order,
here. Oh, you got him. Okay.
and it's in the same order as that list up there.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's
Anajihin.
Put them in order, or no, because Onyx and Sapphire are both one.
What if it's like a full phrase? No,
yeah,
it makes sense.
yeah, and we have the allotment of 19 S's and
Yeah.
14 N's.
No, actually, it would be 28 ends, right?
That doesn't make sense then. I don't. Well, maybe it does.
Wait a minute. A is the lowest. What's the second lowest number? Citrine?
Oh yeah, Onyx and Sapphire are both 1.
Then 9 garnets and amber were both I.
I'm gonna let you do it. That's
And
fine.
14 quartz and amethyst were both N. Or no, I forgot rubies. What was rubies? J.
There's only one S and one J.
I,
Only
J,
one H.
N. 19 jade was S. That makes no sense. Let me make sure I got all of them.
But
1.
14.
Dang.
Jade was
The number of them is the number it goes, but it's AHIJNS.
They correspond to their position in the alphabet. 14
Ah.
in.
You're
1
right.
is A.
You're right.
So what is that?
I
So
don't
you would
know.
you would
but
just be putting
that's
them in
another
alphabetical
step.
order then if you did it by number.
I don't know, but that's another step. So what letters do we have then? We have 19, which is
If you want just the letters without repetition and in order, AHIJNS.
I think that we need to rearrange these letters and see if we can make some words out of them.
Incha.
okay.
I feel like this is a lot simpler than.
I think we have to unscramble the letters
Sure.
AHIJNS.
Haji's? No, that doesn't have the N.
If you want to go ahead and make me an insight check.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, intelligence check. Intelligence check. Sorry.
All right.
I'll go
We
ahead
can
and
give
do
you a
that.
clue.
I can do it.
Alright.
Wait, Venley do it, and we'll assist her.
You want to assist me?
Yes.
I think you have
Okay.
the highest intelligence in the group.
That's perfect. 21.
You are on the right track.
Mhm.
The gyms themselves are important.
And by right track means that you figured out alphabetical type things and what the numbers mean and all that kind of stuff. So you have eliminated that part of the puzzle. The gyms are important. Keep thinking along the lines that you already are.
Put the gems in alphabetical order by type?
And there's no place to put them, like, in this room, correct?
Not really, besides scattering them more across the floor.
No, I mean like an inset or an inlet or anything like
No,
that,
there's
right?
not.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh.
And there's a bunch of letters.
So
If it's not to spell
do we?
something.
Yeah, if it's not a spell something, then
Then
it has to correlate somehow to the gems.
Well, if we put the
Only one treasure may leave this room. Treasure. Why is it a treasure?
Is that the correct spelling of citrine? Yes, it is. Okay.
Yeah, I'm putting them in alphabetical order just because. Okay, so amethyst, amber, citrines, garnet.
That's not it.
The only word I can come up with out of that is ninjas. And
Yeah.
but that's missing a lot.
Yeah.
There's one, but I don't think it exists in D&D.
Jin has.
Only one treasure may leave this room, cross with another, and find your tomb.
Oh, wait, no. Well, like cross with another, like two of them produce N names and two produce A, so don't cross
Wait a
them.
minute, that's a good idea.
Like I feel like
There's
the fact.
no, there's only one J and there's only one.
There's only one J.
Well,
and,
the only
and
duplicates.
only one H.
And S.
Oh, there's duplicates of I.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe I should go back to putting them in alphabetical order. I'm not sure. Let me check. Okay.
S8. No, there's two I's. SH. J.
See, if the H corresponded to one of them, I would say, well, maybe that means jade, sapphire, and something else.
Am I missing
So if only
anything? And then
if-
course. Okay. I put them in alphabetical order. Oh no, I missed Jade. I forgot Jade. That goes there.
So if only one of these things can leave, then that means that one of the gems is the treasure that's allowed to leave the room. And we need to make sure that we have the right one. So what are they looking for when they say only one of these things can leave the room?
I think it's whatever these spell out, the word is the treasure.
So if you put, I mean, I'm just doing this just to do this. If you put them in alphabetical order, it would be amethyst, amber, citrine, garnet, jade, onyx, ruby, sapphire, quartz. Maybe we could just put them in order of that just to see what happens.
I tried that. The first 6 letters of that are N-I-H.
Just so you know, your alphabetical is off.
It is
Quartz becomes before ruby.
A-M-E-Q-R-S. I forgot. I'm sorry. I wrote quartz as an afterthought because I forgot about it.
So in alphabetical order.
Jade, onyx, quartz, ruby, sapphire.
Okay, so can you tell them to me one at a time, and I will spell it out.
I.
Okay. Oh, you've already got it?
No, I'm doing it as you're going. First one
Okay.
is I.
Okay.
Second one is N.
N.
Third one is H.
H. I know this isn't gonna make a word, but we might as well try.
Next one is I.
Okay.
O is no. Jade is next. S.
Okay.
And then
A.
A.
Q is N.
N.
R is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. J.
All right.
Sapphire was A.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no. QR. I did quartz, right? Yes. S. That's all of them.
This is the word it spells in Hisanja. That's
So,
Mouth-
go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
okay.
Harold or all of us?
Everybody can.
Hey, I have rolled a natural 20 for once. Harold's actually thinking about it.
Harold, since you're the one who said it,
Or-
don't look at it as one word. Look at it as multiple words.
in
In his Anya or in his Anja?
Anja.
And you got a natural 20.
Yeah.
his
Right?
Anya.
Harold, you're a worldly man just because of all the people you've talked to and the art dealings that you've heard happen with your father. You know that Anja is another word for the chakra symbol for the third eye.
I will explain that to everybody.
I will go up
The-
and
the
inspect his
forehead.
forehead. I'm going to
The
go inspect his
forehead.
forehead.
Okay. You go and you look at it. Or tell me I need to know exactly what you're doing.
I am looking for any depression, any shift of color, any alteration,
While she's doing that, I'm just going
and
to
illusion.
I'm just going to think to myself, there is something in this person's head, and we are determined to get it, and I'm just going to reach in and try to take it.
Okay. Seisha, you don't see any. There's no illusion. There's nothing that perceives. Harold, as you reach out to hit it, your hand smacks right into it. But as it does, it presses in his third eye, and it clicks. And as it puts it in, you realize it is a perfect seam. There was no seam before, well, now there is one. And as it clicks in, his hands open like so. And as it does so, it reveals a purple hexagonal gem.
That's
with
got to be it.
an eye carved into the center.
Harold
That is it.
fist bumps both V and Seisha at the same time, and a boo. And then
Good job, V.
I'm gonna reach down and pick up. I'm gonna reach down and pick it up and kind of look at it. And
Here,
then,
I'll go first.
alrighty, I will hand it to you.
Everybody ready? Form up.
Form up.
All right.
And I will walk out with the crystal in hand.
Everybody did a really good job there. Way to go,
It was
everyone.
really good teamwork, gang.
Woo,
Yeah.
that was
My brain hurts.
Teamwork
Yeah.
makes the dream work. Get
turns
it?
out today I learned I don't know the alphabet.
Get it? Because we're in a dream?
Oh God. That's Harold's actual reaction.
Moving on.
I walk out the door.
That only took us about 20.
Is anybody taking anything else?
No.
No,
No.
God, no.
No.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
All of that money just
All that thought money.
Yeah, it's going to be real good in my tomb.
All right, so you enter and you walk out of the room, and nothing happens as you walk again with Morali in between everyone, squeezing down this 10-foot wide corridor that stretches on and on and on, and you feel like it's not going to have an end until you find another 20 by 20 foot room.
And once again, she
What is the eye to the soul?
The window. West.
Oh.
W.
All right, let's do it.
right? You go west. Moving down. Once again, you get to the same exact identical chamber, and you hear,
This eye curses you with misfortune.
Evil eye. East.
Evil Eye East.
So many eyes.
It's strange that you would head east after heading west, as this should be the same corridor that you just walked down, and you go back into a 20 by 20 foot room. Once again, I'm written with 2 letters, but only said with 1.
W. West.
You're right. West.
I knew something. I knew that. I knew
It
the
was really
alphabet. Thank you.
Wow.
As you head,
west, and you move down. You go into this other chamber, and again, as you enter this chamber, the shadows creep further
Wait.
and further in.
M is also written with 2 letters.
No, M is said as 1 though. W was right.
Okay.
And-
Said with 2. Spelled with
yeah.
1.
Sorry.
Nope,
Second-guessed
you're
myself.
fine.
Okay, let's moving him.
Once again, you hear,
I am written with 2 letters, but only said with 1.
West.
I am written
with
with
2 letters, but said
Oh.
with 1.
not
Written
said.
with 2, said with 1.
Oh, I guess a capital M wouldn't be.
W is still 2 U's.
I was thinking of lowercase m with a lowercase n.
Written with 2 letters.
But the name of W is W.
No, the
East.
What is it?
E, written with 2 letters, said with 1. EAST. East.
what?
I don't
What?
understand.
That's written with 4 letters. East is 4 letters.
I think it's a word that will come out as a single. It'll sound like a letter, but when it's written as a word, it's 2 letters. So it would be something like
S-E-S?
Written as a word is 2 letters.
no. So like the way like if of what sounded like O, if that's how it was pronounced, that's what I imagined that the riddle's saying. It's like what word is spelled with 2 letters but comes out sounding like a directional letter. Maybe there is one like A-Y, A. I don't know.
I
I could be completely on
S
the
is
wrong track.
E-S if you spell it out.
S-N-E-N.
No, I'm
if you
thinking
spell
like
it out.
an actual word. Like this is a word that
Oh.
you would use in everyday. It's not like a made up word. It's a word, but I imagine
It sounds
that-
like a 1 letter,
but it
it's
sounds like a letter when you say it out loud.
A word that sounds like a letter when you say it out loud.
Right, like
But it
the way,
starts
the way
with
it's like
a-
if I'm saying hey to someone, I might say
C,
like,
C,
hey,
the C, S.
but that's 3 letters.
Oh, it needs to be 2 letters. N, I-N.
make an intelligence check.
Okay.
Could be in.
It could be in.
I like
yeah.
them.
That is my intelligence check. Fuck, I never do this. Is a 19.
Nice.
I also got a 19.
Okay, so
Yeah.
when Harold says C, that's 3 letters. There's a different type of C that's spelled with
S-E-E. It's
is
2
that-
letters.
but there's also another one that you start thinking along those mindsets, and you start thinking about all of the other.
S-E.
You start thinking about the other
Southeast.
riddles.
All of them had something in common.
All right, start with an
Directions.
S. Let's go
No.
south.
All
Wait,
of
wait,
them eye
wait,
related.
what if it's southeast though?
All of them were eye related.
I.
They're eyeball
Oh.
related.
Which starts with an E.
You see, S-E-E. You see, S-E.
But can you not? How? Give me all the ways that you can spell C.
S-E-A-S-E-E.
And that is more than 2 letters.
S-E is 2 letters, and that's one of
S-E
But
the
it's not
is
a
2
word.
letters.
Yes, it is.
S
What?
SE is an ancient, it's an old term for, it's like a throne or a county C. It's the position.
I think this one is different. I think this one is...
It's just an abbreviation for Southeast.
B, SI, yes.
The SI has something to do with eyeballs.
It could be, but I think it's simpler than that. I don't think it's a weird word. I think this is a simple word that we're overlooking. Think about things that have to do with seeing, with eyes, that are 2 words.
A, B, C.
If, in, it.
I.
Since
What about just I? Like the letter I. EYE.
That's what I said. I said EYE.
3 letters. It has to be 2.
I missed that.
It's
I'm
only
sorry.
EY.
I missed that. I didn't hear you
So-
say that. I'm
EY.
sorry.
It's 2 letters. And east.
So yeah, that would be east.
Back here.
EY.
So it either has to start with a vowel or end in a vowel. So everybody choose a vowel and stick to that one, and then try to think about things for that one. I'm going to take A stuff.
I'm just going to point out, when we've taken the wrong turn, it put us back in the same room.
Oh, well, so I guess we're just... What?
EY, A.
No.
Isn't that pronounced A?
It's not a word though.
Hey, it is in my dictionary.
To be clear, I did not mean to press enter there. I was trying to
Oh.
spell out.
It has to do with seeing. So
It's got to be EYE. It's east, y'all.
Let's just try it. It'll just put us back in the same room if we mess up.
Yeah, let's just go east.
Do I notice that the shadows have crept in closer to us? Harold's like, those shadows were not that close last time. Every time we get it wrong, we're getting closer to something bad happening.
Close the riddle one more time.
You're muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
I am written with 2 letters, but said with only 1.
I.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because it would be 2 letters, even though it's
Yeah.
the same letter twice.
Yeah.
I mean, C is the same way, but if you do SEE, which is what eyes do, they see.
That's true. So we have 2 options here.
We have 2 options, south or east. Let me go through the rest of the alphabet in my head real quick.
I think we try. Oh man,
It's east.
Sure, we can try east and then we'll try south. But I
Right.
think both of those are totally viable.
P. No, that's 3 letters.
Well, technically it's 2
It
letters.
is
because-
2 letters, but
Well, PE.
And I do have to, which I should have told you before you put me in the mind thing that I
oh,
had.
Harold,
It's fine. I'm probably holding it.
I
Let's
will
go.
turn this psychic ambition around.
No, let's go east. Let's try it.
Arr!
We'll head east.
And we'll
As
head
you
east.
head east, you enter into that hallway once again, and as you continue down, it opens up into a 30 by 50 foot room as the light begins to expand to fill the entire chamber, as you see Master Morali straining to keep this room lit.
There are 6 strong wooden reinforced doors in this room. 2 to the left, 2 to the right, and 2 straight ahead. As you look back, there is no pathway behind you. As you take in the surroundings of the otherwise empty room, you are overcome with an intense feeling of sorrow, mourning, and grief.
I need everybody to make wisdom saving throws.
Oh, motherfucker.
Oh, God. Add 3 to it if you're.
Yep.
We're in a circle.
Oh,
We're
yes.
at least within 10 feet of each other because that was the light that we had.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
That's a 22.
I got a 23.
I hate you.
I got a dirty 20.
Okay.
Ethan, you don't look
11.
happy.
A 1?
20,
11.
Oh my god.
24.
What was yours, V?
23.
We got 22, 23, and 24.
Yep.
I'm adding the bonus in with that.
Yeah, me too.
The weight of this day, this morning, everything that you've been through just hits you like a ton of bricks. As you feel everything that you felt this morning come to the forefront of your mind. Not just that, but the betrayal and loss of Matt, the loss of your parents.
Feeling the distrust of everyone that you know around you, the slight whispers in the back of your head telling you not to trust the Doom Raiders, even the few times that you've questioned Voss and his allegiances start filling your mind entirely.
Harold, are you okay?
Does any effect happen? Or am I just feeling it?
Just that feeling.
Just roleplay effects.
I'm fine.
Do you want a hug?
No.
Okay.
Did my passive insight pick up that he immediately switched? When
Ooh,
we
yeah,
all
it's a good question. I guess
I don't trust them. I'm trying to hide bad feelings. I should roll deception.
Okay.
I'll roll against that.
Oh,
Because I get advantage against lies. It's a 24.
Beats me. I got a 20. Rolled terrible.
Okay, Harold. So, I'm gonna go up and look at the doors. Or not. Super secret DM talk. Harold,
What? What do you want?
nothing.
Is there
I'll-
anything in this room beyond the doors that's worth looking at? Or is it just the doors?
There is just the doors.
I inspect the doors then.
I will assist.
Okay.
Harold does nothing. He moves to a wall, slides down it, and sits down.
I'm gonna look at Master Morali.
She is focused intently on this, manifesting this lantern that is illuminating this room as she is concentrating all of her focus and her magic into helping you.
There is, as you go to these doors, they are simple wooden doors. There is iron inlaid on the hinges, and there is a doorknob on each of them. No keyhole, no nothing.
Wait a minute, there's 6 of us.
I look back
Yeah.
at her and I say, I don't think she's in shape to engage in anything at the moment.
I think each of us has to go through a room.
I'll go first.
Voss will open a door and move in before Harold has a chance to do anything.
I need to know exactly which one you open.
We would have gone from the left.
I was thinking
So
the
one
same
farthest from the
thing.
left. Yeah,
The closest one on the left.
yeah. Just open it, see what happens.
As you open it, you see a brick wall behind it, and written into the stone carved is the word clairsentience.
Oh, I hope
Clairsentience? One word?
Mm-hmm.
clairsentience.
I
Knowing-
look to you to see if you know what that means.
Knowing things you shouldn't know. Often a side
Alright.
effect of demonic possession or a sign of a clairsentient. It's a type
Alright.
of people with abilities.
Another door.
It's like clairvoyant and claircognizant.
I go to the next one.
Okay,
Okay.
you're making your way down.
Yeah, from the left.
Yeah, from the left.
Thank you, Witch TikTok, for opening my mind to those terms.
It makes canonical sense you would know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next one you open, and again, is another brick wall door, and it says telepathy.
And as you see telepathy, both doors slam shut, and everybody in the room takes 5 psychic damage, except for Harold, who takes 10.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Jeez.
And the doors slam shut.
Okay, let's maybe not open.
Did not like that. Harold, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay.
We have to keep pressing forward.
Let me try a door already.
We have to know what's behind each of the doors before
Yes.
we can work it out.
Go ahead.
Harold goes to the third door and tries it.
Okay. As you open this one, another brick wall, and you see the word psychokinesis as it slams shut. And again, everybody takes 5 except for Harold, who takes 10 psychic damage.
Oh god. Anybody else have a headache?
Harold, do you need healing?
No, I'm fine. Don't touch me.
Keep going.
I think we know which one we have to open first.
All right. I
Open the first one.
open the first one. Does anything happen?
You open the first one, you see the brick wall. It says clairsentience.
Okay.
Alphabetical order.
Open C2. Second one in the center.
Okay. You open it up, and you see meta creativity. Stays open.
I look to the other 2, I imagine on the right wall that we haven't opened yet.
Open the door on the left on the right wall. The one.
No, keep going in, or yeah, so that's, yeah,
Yeah.
R1.
Making your way clockwise, or are you trying to make your way?
No,
Okay.
clockwise.
You open this one, and you see the word psychoportation as all 3 doors slam shut. Everybody takes 7 points.
No. Everybody takes 3 points
Okay. Yeah.
of psychic damage. Harold takes 7.
Wait, we take 3 points?
Yes, you take 3 points.
Okay, so we know the first one, open the clairsentience door. That's left one. Open meta creativity, which is center 2. That's the right one in the center. And open the last door.
I opened the last door.
Okay. As you open the last door, you see psychometabolism as it slams shut in your face.
Harold, you take 9 points of psychic damage, and everyone else takes 5 points of psychic damage.
The ones that are slamming are metaphysical. They're abilities that deal with physical items in a meta way. The ones that did not slam meta creativity.
So open telepathy last? Or third?
All of the ones that deal with physical things have slammed in our face. The
Okay.
only 2 who
So
have
open L1.
Wait, I want to be clear. I've taken 10, 10, 7, and
Yeah, sorry, 7, yes.
so 10, 10, 7, and whatever I just took now.
9.
9. Okay, cool. Perfect. Harold, blood is running out of Harold's nose. He does not look good.
Harold?
I'm fine.
Harold,
No,
forgive
you're
me.
not. You're not fine.
Don't you come near me. Don't you fucking touch me.
I won't. I cast Cure Wounds at...
Counterspell.
Never mind. No, I don't cast it because it's touch.
Okay. All right. So if you don't cast anything, he just sits in the corner. He's
Okay.
eyeing all of you extremely warily now.
Seisha goes and opens the first one on the left, clairsentience,
Okay.
then meta creativity,
Okay.
so C2, then L2, telepathy.
And as soon as you open telepathy, all 3 slam shut. You all take 1 point of psychic damage,
Including
C1
me?
is the next.
including you.
How
If-
much?
1 point. Everybody takes 1 point.
I think he's correct. This needs to be an alphabetical order.
More alphabet stuff.
How do you spell psychocortation? Because I have keen mind and I remember that.
Psychoportation.
Yep.
So it's psycho with a C
Yes.
starting. Gotcha. So
Psychokinesis is the next one.
Psychoportation.
Psychokinesis is the only one we haven't opened third.
so
Psycho.
L1
L1.
L1 C2
C1.
psychocortation's with a C, right?
Oh no, PSY. It
Yeah.
doesn't start with a C.
Psychokinesis is the only one we haven't opened third.
Here you go. I'll do this.
Yep, that's
I'm gonna send you the spellings.
Psychokinesis is
Much
psycho.
obliged.
It's
Okay.
the only one we haven't opened in the third slot. It's got to be third. So that's C1. So it's L1, C2, C1. I try those.
L1,
L1,
C1.
C2, C1.
all three open. You're looking at clairsentience, metacreativity, and psychokinesis.
Psychometabolism.
Next is R2.
You
Open it to see psychometabolism.
R1,
you open that to see
psychoportation.
psychoportation. Yep.
And L2, telepathy.
And you open that and you see a hallway.
Wait.
Good call on the alphabetical.
Mm.
Let's keep going.
Do I still feel this affecting me?
Ooh, they're debating it.
No, as soon as that door opens, that feeling washes away, and as you get a grip, and you're like, and everything, the meditation that Venley showed you, your friends being next to you, they have not betrayed you. They won't betray you. They're family, and they have been with you through so much, especially V. As you look up and see she's standing close to you, looking worried towards you, all of those feelings wash away.
I cast healing word on myself and then on V.
Thank you.
So I'll roll V's first. You can heal 13. I'll cast mine at second level because I want to save those slots. And I will heal 11.
Okay.
Is anybody else? And he's going to turn around and you can clearly see something has changed. And he's like, anybody else need healing real quick while we got time?
How are you doing?
What just
Feeling-
happened?
Feeling good. Feeling great. No big deal. Totally fine. You can hear the wavering in his voice.
Can I make a medicine check to see how badly he is hurt?
Yes, you can make a medicine check.
Natural 20, 26.
23 out of 49 if I had to put my health into numbers.
Okay, you're gonna get a cure wound at second level.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my god, why did it do that? Here we go. Okay, 13. 13.
Thank you.
It's
Yeah,
not
and
Terry.
he kind of nods like, yeah, we should keep going. And he's going to turn to station. He's like, I'm really sorry I snapped at you with mental stuff.
It's fine, Harold.
I think we can all be forgiven for what is happening to us right now.
Let's keep going.
Yeah.
I will head through the door.
And once again, it is a long, 10-foot narrow hallway that stretches on and on and on, further and further and further, expecting a corridor to open up, expecting another riddle to whisper out of Morali's mouth in Halam's voice. But you enter something familiar, or at least the cognitive perception of something familiar.
You enter into a chamber that is a cavern where a glowing pool of water sits, and hovering above it, sitting cross-legged, you see Halam, but he is made entirely out of key energy.
Semi-translucent, glowing, a golden yellow.
Okay, what's this one?
I walk forward towards it. We've actually been here before, if I'm reading this right.
Mm-hmm.
It looks exactly like
This is where we met Halam whenever he went to take Glass back to the prison.
Oh. Got it.
Yep.
Is that him?
It is indeed, though not, obviously not in the form we saw him in. I walk forward, but I turn to, crap, who's the name of the person we're with?
Morali.
Morale. And are they still in deep concentration, or has this seemed to have...
They
Yes.
are.
Damn. All right. Well, I walk forward then.
Yep, I'll walk alongside Voss.
I'll walk behind them, recognizing the scene.
Halam?
I'm gonna stand with her. Not with the mistress.
What was the idea?
And floating in the air with his eyes closed is the old man. And as you say his name, his eyes do not open, but a third one opens upon his forehead.
Yeah. Whoa, hi.
How are you here?
I took a bus.
We solved some
That's-
riddles.
That's a joke, actually. We got help.
With assistance. We found you. You were found unconscious some time ago, and we've been trying to rouse you.
I know what is wrong. I know what I am doing and why I am here.
Well, you could have left a note.
We came here to try and pull you out of whatever you're in.
Yes, but how did you find me?
We solved a bunch of riddles and stuff,
And then the black staff find you?
and like avoiding the shadow stuff.
I retrieved your body from your cave, and Vajra herself has ordered us to come in here and rescue you with the help of Master Morali.
Oh yeah, that.
He has brought us here.
Okay, as you're all saying this, his other two eyes shoot open, and it's only V that he looks to as
Okay.
concern washes over his face.
Oh no. What's up?
You mean to tell me that you broke through all of my mental barriers, all of my firewalls to keep out the corruption?
If that's what the riddles were, then yes.
They're pretty good, though. We had
Lot
help.
of alphabets.
And it's at this moment that you hear Morali scream out as her mental connection to this is ripped away.
And
Oh my God,
you
I'm so
watch
sorry.
as she vanishes from sight.
Oh my God.
She
And-
does?
I'm so
Yes.
sorry.
Okay.
Gone. She screams, and then like her mental link to this is torn, and she's gone.
I guess I should have told her that we did that.
No, wait. Did you do that, Master Halan?
I did not.
Uh-oh.
I ready myself at that door for shadows to come in.
And you watch as shadows begin to creep up like tendrils.
I need to awaken myself. I can aid you as little as I can in my current state.
We got this.
Do not let me become corrupted. As he then fades and he literally floats down into the pool and is floating in the pool and laid down as the area becomes to get darker and
You
darker.
don't get another one.
And as you look, between Harold V and Voss, who has the highest passive perception?
15.
Passive perception, not me.
15. Me and Voss tie.
Mine's a 14.
20, 16, 20.
Yep. So
Harold and Voss, you notice that as the shadows creep up, you look at Voss, you notice Stacia as there is almost this aura radiating off of her that almost has a similar feel of that black darkness tendrils that kind of snake off of her. Harold, you also notice something similar to Venli, though very, very faint, almost as just little wisps coming off of her shoulders and off of her, just ever so subtly off of her. But as this, you notice this, you see the shadows coalesce and take shape into a 7.5 foot tall figure. As the shadows move and shift, they begin to harden as the form takes shape.
You see that it is also semi-translucent as pure key energy, but instead of the golden light that Halam is, it is dark, shadowy. There are tendrils radiating off of this creature as you look upon it with 3 solid eyes. And behind it, almost like a glowing halo, is a 6 hexagonal shaped rotating halo behind its head.
And in your minds, as you feel the words forming, everybody takes 4 psychic damage as the voice enters your mind. Thank you for unlocking so that I may take my chosen back.
You're welcome.
Nope.
Everybody roll initiative.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Ah, jeez.
During all that time, could I have casted Shield of Faith on myself?
Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt the talking.
Saving it for the smites.
Oh,
Oh, yeah!
let's do
You
this.
got double digits!
What did you do? Over 10. Or 10.
So proud!
Okay. 25 to 20.
20.
23.
So. 20 to 15.
18!
Okay. 15 to 10.
11.
Oh no. Harold.
Harold.
Like the Ethan face.
4.
Natural one.
Oh, man.
Hasty.
Okay. Voss.
How far away am I from this thing?
40 feet.
40 feet. Okay. hmm.
It's coming up right now.
All right.
But how far away is he?
40 feet. 40 feet.
40 feet. All right. Gotcha. Whip and rapier in hand, I move within 30 feet of it to attack it with the whip.
Okay.
And I will attack it.
Just a second.
15 to hit.
15 does not hit as you throw the whip out, and it just just barely moves his arm and throws it away. But
right,
it does not seem that his hand touched it, as he just moved it.
Okay. Move me back 20 dash.
Okay.
Away from the group so as to not get caught by spells and bullshit.
Put you over there. Did you move to your left flank to kind of move away from the main group?
Yeah. It's turn.
V, it is your turn.
Oh God, I don't even know. I'm trying to see where I am on this. I'm sorry.
So you're right here. I'll point to you.
Okay. And in front of me is. Who's that in front of me?
There's no one between you and the creature.
Yep. Nope.
Oh, that's the creature. That's what I was asking. It's like.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell who was what. All right. Yeah, I hit it.
Okay,
So
you run up.
Yeah, I'm gonna recklessly hit it because that's just how I live life.
Okay, go ahead.
Reckless. All right, so that's gonna be 23 to hit.
A 23 does hit.
Okay. And that is gonna be. Oh, fuck! I didn't say I raged. Can I be raging?
Absolutely.
Okay, it's 12 points damage. And then my next hit. Oh, geez. Will be a dirty 20.
A dirty 20 will just barely hit.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh,
Don't
wow.
like
Yeah,
those odds. That is 14 points of damage.
I think we're facing the Elder Eye, so yeah, it's probably a good thing that you don't like
this. Yeah, and I'll tell you right now, you because of your roll from earlier,
And the statue you've seen and everything.
this is offensive.
Oh, this is Offenser?
This is offensive.
Oh my God. All right. Well,
That's a problem.
cool.
At least a connection of him.
Yikes.
Yeah. You watch as go ahead and do your damage on that one. Sorry.
He was 14.
14. Okay. And you watch as you bring this in. Go ahead and roll. Okay. There is a mass of resistance as almost like pure telekinetic psychic energy is radiating from him as you barely get in and just barely touch him as your 14 is reduced to 2 points of damage.
What?
We're fighting a god.
I know, but still.
Yeah.
All right. At the end of your turn, Alpenser is going to take a legendary action and is going to make a weapon attack against you. As he brings his hand up, you watch as materializing out of pure psychic key energy is a great sword. And that is a 25 to hit.
Yikes.
And you're going to take 11 psychic.
What? Okay.
It's all psychic.
That's for me, right? Hello?
Yes, that's you.
Okay, just want to make sure. Just double checking. That it wasn't all of us.
11.
Oh, sorry. Add 4 to that. Sorry, it was 15 total psychic damage.
Oh, my.
As it cuts through, and it almost feels like it cuts directly into your mind.
and this blade cuts across your body. You feel the pain of it cutting through your flesh as you look down, and you see there are no marks, no scars, no gashes, no bleeding wounds.
And that brings us to the layer action.
Just a quick question. Do gods count as celestials?
You don't know what this counts as.
Okay. It's probably an aberration at this point. All right.
Well, we know Oppenser is dead.
Now I'm going to find out what he is.
See that one? I'm just gonna.
What up? Knowledge is power.
Okay. I was saying it could be. Where is it? That.
Okay. V, as you are struck down, you watch as there is this energy of ki surround you. You can add 2 to your armor class.
Oh, sweet.
As you see the third eye of Halam open and glow as this forms around you.
Okay. Is it? Okay.
+2 to your armor class from Shield of Faith.
Okay.
All right, that brings us
Write that down.
to
Its turn.
Yep.
I
Seisha.
hate it when they
Seisha's
go
turn.
before me.
No, Seisha, it's your turn.
Oh, yay!
Right? Oh,
Okay.
hold on, wait. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. What's
Does
your-
he have a
your
dex of negative
yes,
1?
He does. He does.
And that would be why.
Yep.
You rolled the same, but he has.
Yep.
A higher dex.
Figured.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Really quick. The fetish of protection, that's the thing we got for Vinley?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the fetish of protection is
Oh,
what
no, that's the thing she got for you.
The thing
Yeah,
you got for me.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind then.
Yep.
I was making sure I had the right stuff equipped. Because I noticed my armor class is a little higher than I remembered it being already. So just want to make sure. Whew.
Okay. The Oppenser key form is going to slash at you, V.
Mm-hmm.
Has advantage. She reckless. Doesn't need it.
That is a natural 20.
Excellent.
Ugh.
So happy for him. I just love that for you, you know?
Are her ghosts out?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You're gonna take 32 psychic damage.
What?
As you're gonna take 32 psychic damage as this greatsword comes down and slashes you right across.
I can't reduce it enough to make it less than 25.
That's halved?
Oh, but remember, we changed the way that works is it increases with your levels now. So that you're now currently at it's a 40-point threshold.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
No, that's
so-
not half because it's psychic damage. And
All
you
right.
take
Well,
full.
anyways, can I do stone's and
You
endurance?
100%.
absolutely can do that.
All right, I'm gonna do stone's endurance because, fuck, dude. All right. All right. So you said how much did I take originally? 32 points damage.
Yeah, it was 32.
32 or 36.
32,
Okay.
yeah, sorry.
Oh, never mind.
All right, I'm gonna heal. All right. Well, I'm gonna go down very quickly. Hope you guys are cool with that.
I think we all are.
Yep.
All right, he's gonna take another attack on you.
23 to hit.
All right. Yeah, no, 23 hits.
How close is it? Is it very close?
I'm sorry, just really quick, just want to double check. The last hit, what did you roll?
Natural
A
20.
Natural 20? Okay, cool. Yeah, 23 still hits.
Yep.
Yeah, +2 to your AC though.
Yeah, it's 18 now.
Awesome.
So that's 5 away, Harold. Just so you know.
It'd be risky.
I'm gonna try it.
Have at it.
I heard you were dead.
Yeah, that's more or less exactly what I was gonna say. No, it's not enough. It just takes a 2 away.
Damn.
Okay. You are going to take 20 psychic damage.
Alright.
And then
This
he
might be
slashes
weird.
at you for a final time.
Is she still up?
But that is only a 13 to hit you. As you bring up the Behir blade, catching it as it like sparks are flying off as you catch it. And as he does so, he is going to move.
Don't you come over here.
And is going to stop standing in front of Stacia.
Thank you.
And spends a key point to disengage.
Yep.
My turn.
It is now your turn.
Seisha reaches back and touches Halam and casts protection from good and evil.
Okay.
Which will protect him from aberration, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead.
Got it.
So that's her action. And her bonus action is going to be... Oh, wait, no, because that's a spell. That's all her.
Okay, copy that. And as he moves up, you watch as the 3 eyes look at you, and in your mind you hear, soon. That's it.
No, thank you.
Vinley.
He's got a 4th level guiding bolt coming at him.
Okay.
Deck save.
No, it's a 21 to hit.
21 hits.
All right, that's 76. 25 points of radiant damage.
You watch as, again, it hits this field of psychic energy as only a few of it gets through.
He spends his reaction.
All right, the next attack has advantage on it. And she is going to take a couple steps back around the pool.
There.
Right there, that's good.
Okay.
And she's going to keep an eye out behind Halam to make sure nothing creeps up from behind him.
Okay. And at the end of your turn, he's going to spend a legendary action, and I need everybody to make strength saving throws.
Is it a spell?
It is not. It is pure psychic energy that lashes out from him.
Okay.
Strength save.
23.
Yep, nope.
How close am I to Seisha?
You are within 10 feet of Saker.
16.
Isn't
Alright.
it within 15 feet of Seisha?
10 feet of Saker.
10. It increases later on.
You are 15.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you get, Vinley?
2.
Oh,
And Voss
9.
and V.
Sorry.
Strength save.
It was a 22.
Okay.
Okay.
So Voss and Vinley are going to take 10 psychic damage, and you are thrown 15 feet back.
Oh, perfect.
That's it. Everybody else is going to take 5 points of psychic damage, and you're not thrown away.
Jesus.
I do a cool like slide across the ground and stand up, and I'm like, I didn't want to be close to you anyway.
Harold, is your turn.
Wow. I will bonus action Hexblade's Curse, Awe Spencer, and then is that sword made of metal?
No. It looks to be made of pure psychic energy, as you learned about the Blade Lords beforehand and their will to manifest such things.
Is anything on this thing metal?
Nope.
It is made of pure ki, just like Palam.
Magical key?
Pure concentrated psychic energy.
So I don't think Dispel Magic would do anything to that. Let's see here. We can always try disrupting his psychic energy. Let's see how this does. I'll cast Dissonant Whispers on him.
Okay. What save is that?
Wisdom. This is gonna suck because he's a monk.
26.
Yeah, he's fine. He'll only take. Well, that was a hell of a roll, though.
It was a high roll.
No, I meant for me, like in terms of damage. So he'll take 10 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
Does it seem to affect him?
Does not seem to affect him at all.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Yep. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 13, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. At the end of your turn, he's going to spend another legendary action. I need V, Stacia, and Harold to make strength saving throws.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, thank
19.
God. 26.
Okay.
26.
You're all going to take 6 psychic damage, and you do not get shoved away. That brings us to top of the round to Voss.
Shit. I don't have any of my items, correct?
None of your. You have your items, just none of their abilities.
You don't have anything that has per day or usage.
Yeah, charges basically.
Charges.
Okay.
Potions don't work.
No potions, no ointments, no none of that.
Okay. There's only one thing I can do then. Get within 10 feet. Actually, hold up. Could I flank? How many feet of movement would it take to flank with V?
35. So you would have to dash.
Okay. No, it's hit and run. I'm gonna use all 60 feet of the movement, 35 to get within flanking attack, and then 25 feet to continue to move in that direction.
Okay, sounds good.
1 second. So do I have advantage on that?
You do have advantage. You are biking.
Excellent. That'll hit then. 26 to hit.
You would also have advantage from Guiding Bolt, as no one has hit it yet.
Yeah, what was that?
Either way, 26.
That'll definitely hit.
That'll hit. Yeah. 21 points of damage, and then whatever movement I have left to move away from the damn thing, and just like continuously moving in that direction as if I just moved, swiped, and then kept moving.
Like an
Drive by.
Yeah, essentially, yes.
Right. There.
Yeah, there we go.
At the end of your turn, is going to spend his last legendary action, and I need V, Stacia, Harold, and Voss to make me strength saving throws.
Hey, that might make it.
22.
14.
19.
18.
Okay. Stacia, Voss, V, you're going to take 7 points of psychic damage. You are not thrown back. Harold, you are going to take 15 psychic
Can I
damage.
use Spirit Shield on
Absolutely.
Harold? Okay.
It will still push him back, but
Right, but less
you
damage.
can reduce that damage. Absolutely.
Okay, so reduce that by 7.
That is going to be. Got it. You reduce that by 7, Harold. You're still pushed back, but you take
8.
8 instead.
Okay.
Yes to auto stabilize. No to use the charges because you don't have it because that requires charges. Then we just say no. Okay. V, it's your turn.
Well, I only got the one thing I know how to do. So I'm gonna hit him.
Sounds so thrilled about it.
It hasn't been going well for me lately. All right, we rolled like hard garbage. 13 hit.
13 does not hit.
Well,
Let's try again.
don't forget, V, you don't have to reckless attack. If you just move the 10 feet, you'll be able to flank.
Yeah, because he's right in front of me.
And you'll still have advantage.
I'm gonna move that 10 feet.
Well, you had to, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I just want you to know that you're not
Alright.
reckless attacking.
Oh, okay, I would be like, all right. So the next one better fucking hit. It's a 25.
25 will hit.
Okay. And that is 13 points of damage.
All right, got it.
I feel like I'm just chipping at him.
That's what. Yeah.
Like slowly, like chip.
That's what we're all doing.
Just like poke.
Oh, we're good.
And then he's gonna like hit me for 40.
You're like poking him like a Capri Sun.
All right, that is V's turn. It is now the layer action.
As the third eye opens on Halam again, as yep, there's that. Harold, you see that symbol begin to radiate around you as this protection from psychic energy washes over you.
Oh,
So you have resistance to psychic damage now.
what does that do?
Awesome.
You take half from psychic.
Thank you.
And then you all don't hear or see anything, but you all heal 9 healing, as there is an outside force also aiding, seeing
Very
you
good.
in.
Wait, so we all heal 9?
Everybody heals 9. Yep.
I'll take it.
I need it.
Mass
tell me
healing.
about
Mass healing word was cast upon you.
Nice.
Sweet.
All right, that's the layer action. It is now Alpencer's turn.
Oh no.
He gonna hit me? Is he mad? Is he mad I hit him?
He's got 2 targets now.
Oh no.
Who does he hate more?
I'm curious if he'll actually hit me.
Stacia, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Is this a spell?
This one is a spell.
Don't need to worry about it. 24.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
Facial looks very resolute.
Spells also do half damage.
There is a mass of psychic energy that bursts out from him.
It'll also be B.
Yeah, it would be B as well. Sorry, B also make a con save.
Constitution? All right.
Can I make it a
I can
Half
do
damage.
that.
It may not be a bad idea to counterspell it.
All right,
Yeah.
so that's gonna be a 17.
I'll
Okay.
let it go for now.
You're both gonna take 7 psychic damage, and you're not pushed away.
As you feel your forms trying to be shoved away from you.
So that could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Very much worse. Yeah.
And with that, he is going to.
No.
Round
No.
Let's,
Oh, I thought I was all the way up against it.
You're not, but you could have moved on your turn. So
I thought I was, because I had to touch him to cast.
Okay.
That's fine. We'll just move everybody up just 5 feet.
Yeah, sorry.
Everybody had enough movement to do
No
it.
problem.
So he'll
He can
move
still get
around
around
you.
me, but
And as he's going to go, and he's going to, you watch as that tendrils and tentacles of energy still forming him begin to reach out towards Halam.
And just so you know, she's not here, but use the key point to disengage from V.
okay. Wait, no, he never left my attack
Correct.
range. Never mind.
Yeah. And disengage is still disengage.
Yep. My turn.
But and as it reaches out, you watch as there is this spark of energy as the protection from good and evil seems to have worked to hold off this tendrils that's reaching in.
Good.
Seisha, it is your turn.
Seisha, let's see. Yeah, Seisha squares her shoulders and closes her eyes and tilts her head back and uses Radiant Soul, and her wings erupt from her. And I want to, if there's space, I want to move between Halam and this thing.
There is not. They're five, like right next to each other. You can.
Okay.
Because he's laid out in the pool. If he was standing, there would be others standing, but he is completely laid out in the pool.
Okay. That's my action.
Lay down.
You have one chance. Fight this. Please.
I serve the all-seeing eye.
That's
Pure enlightenment. Seisha Valispar. So do you. And he will then and
Well, it's your turn still, Seisha.
that's your turn, right? You have movement and you have bonus action.
Bonus action, cast magic weapon on my sword.
Okay.
Oh my shit.
Magic in my shit.
And at the end of your turn, he's going
Does
to
he say that out loud, or is that just in my head?
Just in your head.
Great.
And I need you, just you and B to make strength saving throws as he uses a legendary action at the end of your turn.
Natty 20, 25.
Yep, you were fine. And B,
22.
you are also fine. You're both going to take 6 points of psychic damage, but do not get shoved back, as he is continuing to trying to just push you away from Halam. That is your turn. It is now Vinley's turn.
Vinley moves 30 feet towards V. Like, kind of slides to a stone next to her and says, "You have to crush him." And she lays her hands on either side of V's waist because that's all she can reach. And she'll cast a 4th level Cure Wounds.
Awesome.
Okay.
Damn.
That's 8, 10, 15. That's terrible.
Yeah.
15 points of healing. That's terrible.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it's 4D.
At 4th level, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That was for me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go 15.
Well, better than nothing. I was pretty low. It's a new thing for me. It's a new feeling I'm experiencing. Imminent death.
And that's Vinley's turn.
Okay. Harold. Actually, sorry, at the end of your turn, he's going to spend another legendary action. I need Vinley, V, and Seisha to make strength saving throws.
I did this to myself.
17.
Well,
13.
0, BB.
0.
Oh
Welcome to my world.
Most of the force pushes out behind, hitting Vinley and V. You only take 6 points of psychic damage as I rolled double ones, but you are pushed back 15 feet. And
Oh my
Aisha,
God.
you are going to take 3 psychic damage, and you are not pushed.
I was glad that was the time I cheesed it. When you also cheesed it.
Yeah, Harold, it's your turn.
Seisha's got blood coming out of her nose and ears at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether I heal you or I go for as much damage on offense as I can get. Let's do the healing.
Okay.
So my bonus action will be a heal. I just want you to know that if all the people I play video games with knew that I was doing this healing instead of hurting someone, they would all be like cheering and freaking out.
I really appreciate it. I lose my angel form.
I'm gonna cast it at max level. That's my last level 3 slot. That isn't a it's pretty good too. You'll heal 14.
Oh, thank you.
And then for my main action, I'll Eldritch Blast him.
Okay.
I owe you one, dude.
No worries. That's a 19, which counts as a crit because he is my
X-Blade curse.
sweet. So
Nice.
I will go ahead and roll for a critical. Not a great roll, but it's something. He'll take 14 damage for the first one. I'm sorry, 17 because he gets +3 from my thing. And then I will roll the next attack, which is a 15 to hit, which I believe misses him.
15 will miss, yes.
Yep. All right, cool.
The first one strikes him dead center as a hole forms as it goes through the psychic energy, but quickly reforms as the 3 eyes just glance in your direction, ever so slightly, subtly before they glance back down at Kalam. At the end of your turn, he's going to take another legendary action, and I need Seisha to make a strength saving throw.
23.
23 will succeed, but you will still take 5 points of psychic damage. And have you been rolling your constant?
No, I was just. I
Go ahead and just roll me. We'll say 4d20. And
Okay.
It's a Constitution saving throw.
And you have not been hit hard yet, so all of them is going to be DC 10.
Yep. Let me know if you roll under a 10 on.
Don't fail me, D&D Beyond. That passes. That passes. That passes. Below 10.
Yep.
What about 10 exactly?
And exactly is fine.
Okay, then they all made it.
Yeah, that last one just barely felt the magic's about to actually. You casted magic weapon protection.
Oh shit, that's right.
Gone.
Yep.
It is gone, and you watch as the tendrils begin to start slithering more and more down into.
Totally forgot that was a concentration spell.
Yep.
I mean, he can't start doing that until it's his turn, right?
Correct.
Yeah, but he goes before me.
That's okay. I got reactions.
Okay.
The boss's turn. It was Harold's turn. Okay. Your turn, boss.
I'm coming.
Oh no. Okay.
There we go. All right.
Okay. There we go.
I mean, the only thing I can do is keep doing what I'm doing. So, move, bonus action, dash, and hit and run. Like, how many feet do I have to move to hit him?
25.
And to flank?
35.
Okay, flank 35, and then move back 25. That's about all I got right now. Took my items from me.
All his gadgets and gizmos.
Yeah,
Batman needs
23.
his utility belt.
23 will hit.
Awesome.
Batman.
Boss is Batman.
Bad man. B-A-D.
Bad man. He's bad man.
Bad man. I like it. 29 points of damage.
Nice.
And
You watch as he'll use his reaction to activate that augmented defenses as he moves the psychic energy away from him as he takes 9 of those off. You only deal 20 to him.
That's fine.
And then
Move back 25. Get out of striking range.
yeah.
V,
Mm-hmm.
unless he hasn't spent all 3.
No, he has. Yes.
Yeah.
It's
What's up?
possible. Or layer action's turn.
V first, then layer.
I keep doing that. I'm sorry. You're
Yes.
right. V first, then layer. It's switched on my screen, so I apologize for keep
Is
doing
it my turn?
It is your turn.
It's your turn.
Excellent, excellent. So I guess I gotta run up to hit him since I got pushed back.
Yes.
15, 20, 25, 30 feet away, so easily enough for you to get to him.
Excellent, excellent. And I go for the booty.
Okay.
Man, I gotta stop rolling doubles. Like, this is weird. What kind of magic's happening to my dice? Like, not great magic. That's gonna be a does a 19 hit?
Does not.
No!
You get 2 attacks, don't you? There you go.
Yeah, I got another one. Oh, thank God. This one is a 24.
24 will hit.
Okay.
The first one, he turns around and holds up his hand as your blade just stops. As you're hitting, it feels like you're hitting a wall of force, and it's jaunted back, and then you just spin and continue the momentum and slash into him.
Roll damage.
13 points of damage.
Got it.
That's all I can do.
All right.
You failed me, dice, but they're pretty.
Hoocha lobstered them for that second roll.
Hoocha lobster.
That sounds really weird.
Goblin will like because they're pretty.
Okay. You watch as this wave of golden energy radiates off of Halam. 16. So everybody heals 16.
Oh my Jesus.
Oh, I love Halam.
This wave of healing energy radiates off of Halam.
Y'all. Woo! I'm feeling better.
My cat just let me know how upset she was about this fight.
It is now Offenser's turn, and you watch as those tendrils sink into him, as you watch as he begins to convulse, as you watch they begin to slink under his glowing skin, and you watch as like blackened veins begin to rise up through him. And
I can't counterspell. I can't anything like that.
No, there is nothing. It's not a spell or anything like that.
It's not an attack.
It's like a possession.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh,
There are
Okay.
things that that you can try on your turn, but as of right now, one of his attack actions is to do this as he turns towards.
What? And you all hear in your heads,
You. Got it. You use your faith in me to heal them. You fight against me, Halam. You are my chosen. I will show you the truth.
can I use cutting words to try to distract him?
Interesting.
I would be willing to do it if I had to make like a religion check to know things about Offenser that would piss him off.
You do wear his symbol.
I know. It's entirely up to you guys. I'm just like, all I can think is Harold is like, I'll just start fucking.
You know what? Go ahead and make me an opposed. Actually, go ahead and make me a opposed charisma check.
Ooh,
Right, and I'll spend the Bardic Inspiration. So
that's high.
it's above average. 16.
You are unable to cut into the mind of.
That's totally fair.
Of this
19.
god.
The god of psionics.
As I rolled a 19.
That's all good.
That was actually really close, though.
Yes, it was.
This will. It is now his turn. He is going to turn on you. One attack on Seisha, one attack on V. V, did you reckless?
Yeah.
No, she didn't because she.
Oh, no, because I flanked.
There, you are not flanking on this one. That was
Oh.
Yeah.
a round ago.
Never mind. I reckless.
Seisha, does a 21 hit you?
Yes,
Okay.
just hits.
And knowing that you were the one that protected Halam, he is going to pour more psychic energy into this as the blade radiates and grows even larger in size.
As he slams it into you, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
We can't stop it because it's.
That's all right. 23.
Okay. You catch yourself from the excruciating pain that shoots into your head as, for the briefest second, you were struck down by almost 1,000 migraines at the same time. But you are able to catch your feet and not fall to the ground in agonizing pain. But you are still going to take
That's way too much math. You can stop.
30 psychic damage.
Got it.
Okay, spirit shields.
Fair, absolutely.
I'm using a spirit shield for that.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, as Lo moves in front of it, taking a brunt of the blow.
Subtract 8.
Reduce
Nice,
that by
good
8
roll.
for
22.
22.
Yeah.
B, the blade just continues from her, moving into you as it cuts into you with a 27 to hit you.
27 does hit me. Yum. Yum.
Against all odds.
Okay, and we need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Excellent.
Oh no.
That's high for you.
Yeet! Yeet! Yeet!
Nat 20.
Natural 20!
All right, again, that same
27!
catch yourself, and you are enraged right now. The fury of your ancestors burns into you. You're still going to take 27 psychic damage.
How about you fuck off? I roll a motherfucking natural 20. I literally cannot roll higher. I literally cannot roll higher. Are you fucking kidding me?
You saved against the other detrimental effects, not the damage.
Whatever. I don't fucking care. I did something right.
And you watch as some of the psychic energy, which has begun to like spark and fade a bit, closes up as he will second wind.
That was my first yeet on my yeet die.
Wow, he's second wins.
1, 2, he has.
I have yet to get a fuck.
That is Offense's
getting
turn.
low.
It is now Seisha's turn.
It's starting to get low.
Yeah, we're hurting him.
Yeah.
Well, I can either reprotect Halam or
Yeah, I think reprotect
fuck
is
out of
the
him. Yeah,
reprotect is the answer right now.
yeah.
Gotta cast it.
Huh?
You gotta cast it.
Yeah. Protection from good and evil on Halam.
Ooh, it rotates.
Got it. He is protected.
It also assists with expelling possession.
Yes, absolutely. So there will be bonuses.
It will get
now.
handled. Yeah.
Yep. So actually, as that casts, go ahead and make me a charisma saving throw, Seisha.
Okay.
Interesting.
Nice. 27 or 28.
that-
Sorry, 28.
Well
As,
done.
as the protective energies go over it, you almost beat your wings, and the mist envelops Halam, almost forming a protective barrier over him. And as it moves back, you watch as you feel a kind of a pull as it snags on something. And as you exert your will, you rip out the tendrils in Halam as they extract back into Offenser. As he turns and looks at you again, there is no scowl, there's no emotion, just that serene look on his face as he just turns to you.
This one is protected.
Vinley, it is your turn.
And I'll take it off your corpse.
Before your turn, Vinley, at the end of your turn, Stacia, I need a strength save from you and V.
That is seriously the most underrated line from that entire movie. The delivery from that was, I get chills every time. That guy's fucking awesome.
19.
18.
Yep, you're both not pushed back, but you will take 6 points of psychic damage.
Okay. Do I need to make a
Concentration check? Yes, you do.
Okay. So that happened after my turn?
Yes.
That was at the end of your turn.
Okay.
At
Do
the
I
end.
have
How many? I'm sorry, how much damage did we take?
6.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
So our items were taken, correct, or was that just Voss?
No, everybody does.
You
Everybody
have items. You just don't. You can't use any items that have charges. So
That's what I mean.
You can't
So
drink
I
potion.
can't use my ghost lantern.
no.
It was emanating the light,
Cool.
but you can't actually use the property of it. But
Well, what I meant by not having the items mostly meaning I can't fucking use my potions, but
Yeah.
that, yes. Your ghost lantern may or may not do something because it is physically on your body elsewhere. So that, may happen.
certain abilities that have may happen. Things that you have to trigger probably won't.
Yep.
okay.
All right. What'd you get on your concentration check?
19.
Okay, yeah, you're fine. Now it is Vinley's turn. Sorry.
Assessing the situation, Vinley is going to remove the Shield of Faith on herself and cast it on Seisha as the chill of the grave envelops her and giving her a +2 to her AC.
Awesome.
And then she will cast Chill Touch at Offenser.
Okay.
That's a 19 on the die. +6 is 25.
That'll hit.
2d8 necrotic is 7, and he can't regain hit points by any means until the end of my next turn. Or
Got
the
it.
start of my next turn.
Got it.
I wish I would have gotten that out before he second wind.
Yep.
And she will move in a straight line towards Harold, staying away from our pincer.
Okay. You have another one?
Yes, and I need. You're moving towards Harold. You said.
Yes, just in a straight line in that direction.
So let's move back 30 feet. Put you right there. And that is still 25 feet away. So you seem to be just out of that radius as another burst of that goes off. So I just need Seisha and V again to make that saving throw. Strength save.
All right, that's gonna be a 26.
Okay.
16.
You just barely passes it as
Good.
you take 5 points of psychic damage.
We both do? All
15 on my save for my concentration.
Yes, you both do.
right, I'm down, but does my ghost lantern stabilize me?
It does stabilize you.
Cool.
Yes. You all watch V drop as the energy of the other ancestors also just fade away and sink back into her.
And
But-
you watch as Lo and the other ancestors dissipate and fade away as you lose your rage.
Rip.
Damn.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Sorry.
I do kind of want her to go, rip, as she falls. Just for flavor, you know.
Flavor Town.
And you see the ghost lantern begin to glow. Yep. Hold on.
Checking something real quick. Nope. When it happens.
Yep. And you see this figure appear and to begin to breathe life back into V as she is,
Stabilized.
and then it fades away back into the lantern.
All right. That was at the end of Vinley's turn, Harold's turn.
Okay, well, I'm going to use one of my pack magics to bonus action healing word at max level for my good friend V.
Absolutely.
Pour one out for the homie.
That'll be 14 healing you'll take.
Right. So V heal 14.
And then I'm going to Eldritch Blast him again. Might as well. Natural 20. Awesome.
Nice.
Yes.
So he'll take 13 damage from the first one. And then the second one was almost a natural 20 again. It's a 23, I believe that hits.
That does hit.
And he will take 12 points from the second one. I'm sorry. It's 16 and 15 because of the extra damage.
Got it.
Okay, so when B gets back up, she just kind of looks at Bentley and goes, bro.
Harold, what did you say to bring V back up?
Oh, something heartfelt? Or just like, dude, what the fuck?
I say something. I'm like, you wanted to know what it was that had all those eyes and was looking at you? Well, this thing knows, and we're going to kick its ass until we find out what it is.
She comes back, fuck eyeballs!
Amazing. And that is going to be another strength save between V and Seisha as another blast comes out. You do not have advantage on this one because your rage has ended.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait, I had advantage the whole time?
Now you know.
Yes. When you're
Now
right,
you know.
you have advantage on strength saves.
I've been winning and succeeding on all of them,
Yeah,
but
she's just naturally badass.
What'd you get, Seisha?
16.
Oh, fuck, I really needed that advantage this time around. Oh, we got a good old 10.
That'll fail. You are going to take 12 psychic damage. And you are pushed.
As your body just scrapes and slides across the stone, of this materialized cavern.
Yep. Seisha, you'll take 6.
Would it not be pushed back towards
And, 11 on my concentration. I don't like how close these are getting.
It's almost as if he can control where they go.
Yeah.
So you're right. It should have gone towards you, but it did not.
Psionics.
Broken. That brings us to top of the round, boss.
How many feet of movement do I need to flank?
$40.
40 and 20
Oh,
out.
I'm sorry. I was counting from Harold. I'm sorry. 25.
25 in, and then go 20 out and flank with Seisha.
All right.
26 to hit.
That'll hit. Again, it's going to use his reaction, and it's going to take 12 away from whatever damage you do.
I do 25.
Okay, so you'll do 3.
Damn.
And then back up 25 feet, just straight back. There we go.
Yep, put you right there.
Yep, there we go. And that's it.
Perfect. That is boss's turn. Brings us to B. Barely hang your mind just burning in pain as you're barely clinging to life. What do you do?
As I'm barely clinging to life.
You just took 12 points.
Yeah, I
You're
believe you
healed
have
14.
2 hit points right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm a rage.
All
So I
right.
got nothing left to do.
Yep. All right. You're going to spend half your movement to stand up?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
So that leaves you, I believe, with 20 movement.
Yep. And I think I'm within range there, right?
You are. You can get there with 15 feet of movement.
I'm getting in there, and I mean, at this point, it's just more of like a fuck it. I'm just gonna attack recklessly.
All right.
And you are recklessly attacking.
And
What
that
do
is
you
gonna
think?
be a 26 to hit.
26 hits.
And that is 13 points of damage. Oh, another 26 to hit. And that is 16 points of damage. Motherfucker. I'm real mad. I'm real mad.
Yeah, just fury as almost guiding your strikes as they come out of you are your ancestors as they slam your blade into him twice as he staggers back and just...
You see Low, you see Spine Cleaver, and you see the Storm as she is pure rage.
And that is V's turn. That brings us to the layer action. Do that one on her. Yep. But do it at this.
Yep.
V.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Wowie.
Layer
wowie,
action is
zowie.
good. That's Halam.
That is 17 points of healing.
Nice.
That I rolled 3 4s.
Nice.
I did not know you were rolling as Halam. I was like, what's happening? Okay.
Yep. And so that glow again washes over you as you heal 4.
As you feel parts of your mind repiece itself back together, things that you didn't realize were disjointed and misaligned, where you could have misinterpreted memories have been replaced as your psyche is being reconstructed.
Yeah. So that is layer action. It is now Allpencer's turn. He is going to attack you, Seisha, to try and break that concentration. A dirty 20, I believe, misses.
Nope.
Yep. A 25.
That hits.
Ooh.
I'll talk shit.
Okay.
Yeah, do.
And I'm sorry, there was another thing on the layer action. Everybody heal 8.
Oh, that's nice.
Including V?
Yes.
Correct.
Oh,
Yay!
wow, damn.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Yep.
I'm full. I can't heal 8.
Yeah.
As the outside forces that are standing around you see
Harold, knowing absolutely nothing about Allpencer at all, he's like, wait, aren't you the guy that owns Awe Spencer's Gifts? Yeah, I go there all the time.
Glad my brain isn't the only one that went there.
All right,
Oh my
roll your subtraction.
All right.
Nearly as much style, though.
That will take 3 away from it.
So
That'll
it's a
do.
22.
Nope.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Shield of Faith. Nice.
Yeah. That shield
Yeah.
of faith saved my ass.
And as it comes down, you say this, and there is just the slightest hesitation movement that just moves it off ever so slightly. Doesn't look at you, doesn't even,
Yeah.
listen towards you, but it's just enough to connect on the magical
Yeah,
barrier.
I'm pretty sure I bought some fake vomit there once.
As you hold your shield up, but it is not your shield that blocks it. It is the ethereal image of Jergal that forms over your shield that clashes the blow of the blade. And as he does this, you watch as he kind of stops, bows his head, and then simply moves the sword out as it moves past all of your defenses and connects you as it pierces you straight through the throat, as I got a natural 20 on his third attack. No, right through the forehead.
At this point.
As the blade hits you right where your third eye would be, and it is just the tip that touches, does not push all the way through you, as he just brings the sword down and touches your third eye.
it is almost like someone placing a finger upon your forehead.
You do have your damage reduction thing still. You just got it back.
Yeah, okay. You mean the
Yeah,
Wait.
yeah. Spirits.
spirit
I don't think it's going to matter.
It might.
shield?
I have
Yeah.
27 hit points,
It might
I-
still matter.
and he
Same.
crit me.
It might still matter.
if
Yeah.
we'll see. I can roll 2d6. So
It
if,
might, like I said.
It might, yeah.
so I mean, I could potentially, if I roll
For
really
it to
well,
not
lower
matter-
it to 12.
For it to not matter, you have to do 40 hit points.
I mean, by
40
12.
points of damage to you.
Which is pretty feasible given the numbers we've seen so far.
Fair enough, but
Mhm.
still.
But I don't think it's as feasible with Katie removing damage.
Mhm.
We will see.
My stomach is at one big knot right now.
I
No!
Gotta get the math. Gotta get the maths up.
Come on, dice.
My heart, come on.
Come on, dice.
They are spending way too long on this.
They
It's
are.
not-
Like,
Gross.
way too long.
That's a lot of math.
I'm not excited to see this outcome.
Throw sign function at him.
Yeah, where's Petunia to change the numbers right now?
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my
Here's
god.
my lucky number. Have it.
All right. As it hits, your entire mind shatters
Okay, yeah, no, it probably
as you
did go
take
hard.
76 points of psychic damage.
That's done.
I need you to roll me a d6.
Yeah, there's no way we can block that.
What's your max?
74.
It doesn't. What is it?
Yeah, it doesn't kill you.
My
don't
max
think
is
it kills
74.
you.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you're
I
not
rolled a
bad.
Doesn't
6.
kill her.
It's close.
I mean, if you were at 2, then yes.
No, it was 74, and she was
Yes.
at 27.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
I
No,
have
if you were-
74 total health.
That's what I mean. 76, so you'd have like 4 hit points for it to kill you out of right.
Oh
I
my
thought she said 54. I was like,
No, 74.
why are we not freaking out?
All right. And you all watch as Seisha just crumbles and collapses to the ground. The protective barrier around Halam
Yep.
falls.
I've got that handled. I've actually got both of these problems handled.
It is
Cool.
your turn. I need you to roll me a death save and just message it to us.
Okay.
Vividly.
It has to get to my turn, but I can save this.
Okay.
Vinley probably can too.
I can save one of the variables.
I can save the other variable if you can save Seisha.
Oh yeah.
It's a bullshit maneuver, but it'll buy us enough time to get us one more round.
Nothing wrong with bullshit maneuvers.
Seisha,
It's all I know to do.
Yeah.
At the end of your turn, Alpenser is going to use a legendary action as you watch the tendrils move into Halam. It
Got him out
is
once.
now Vinley's turn.
Vinley moves up 10 feet, cast a 3rd level Cure Wounds.
All right.
23.
Go ahead and roll that healing. Seisha, your wings do dissipate
Yep.
as you lose the form.
23 points of healing.
Got it.
And then Vinley takes a couple steps back away from her. Like back to
so
where she was standing.
that's where you were, right?
Was it?
I
Okay.
literally moved you 10 up and then 10 back.
Okay.
Seisha, your head is throbbing. This.
And when she casts Cure Wounds, she touches the side of your head and whispers into your other ear, "We need you to cast the spell again. Hurry." As she pulls away, releasing the healing into her.
Oh.
Yeah, Seisha, your eyes are black.
Ooh.
Okay.
Definitely move away from that.
That's not good.
Yep.
Oh shit, that's the second time.
Yep.
Oh no.
All right. You see your message?
Yep.
Okay. All right. And you watch as you heal, you watch as Alpenser looks over and then goes back to Halam. That was Vinley's turn. At the end of Vinley's turn, you watch as the tendrils go further into Halam and begin to move from his shoulders and lower torso all the way up, kind of moving towards his heart area and up his neck. Harold, it's your turn.
Okay, this isn't gonna work anymore.
Oh, at this moment, Harold, your Shield of Faith drops.
His protection of energy
from
and V's
Shield of Faith.
Shield of Faith is gone.
Yes.
Who was casting it on?
Halam was.
Oh.
Yep.
So-
I assume the Shield of Faith on me is also gone.
No, it is not.
Oh, it
It's-
persists through death?
Yeah.
It is someone else is casting it and concentrating on it.
Nice. Okay.
Yep.
Sweet.
Continue.
He's already touching him. That's the thing. I need him to not be touching him for this to work.
Then just try and kill him.
I don't think we can do enough to kill him fast enough. We need him to not be touching him now, because every special action he gets, he's just going to do whatever he's doing. So we need him. This has to be the turn he needs to let go. So let me see what I've got. Now, Dissonant Whispers, only the damage was negated, right? If the effect had happened, the effect would still happen.
And you don't know. This is the first time Harold has ever faced against something of this.
Okay, Harold's gonna try something a little weird, and we're gonna see. He's just gonna try something, and we're gonna see if it works. Harold is going to imagine that he like in this world, he 100% believes he can do this. And not only does he believe, he's like, here I can be anything. It doesn't matter what the rules of reality are. Here, if I want to be as good as Averin, I can be as good as Averin. And I'm going to pick up the knife. I'm going to throw it. It's going to split in two. And instead of trying to do damage, Harold is going to believe 100% that the knives can come from both sides and cut all the tendrils off of this thing.
And you should make a charisma saving throw.
Okay. How close am I to Seisha?
You're too far.
Way
Damn.
too far.
13.
The first one, as it whips by, you watch as it goes and dissipates before it even gets, as it radiates. But you're Eldritch Blasting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll a second charisma saving throw.
Okay. That one's a little better. 23.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, one less than max. 14. 17 actually.
With that, you watch as it slices in, and you watch as the tendrils, which were up by his neck, pull back and are now back down by his torso.
Okay. Alrighty.
Fuck yeah.
Good work.
And you see Harold, as he says this, I don't know if we can, because he's trying to imagine himself as more powerful than he is, and you see pieces of the armor, but it's purple, that Averin wears, beginning to form over his body as he points. He's like, get your fucking hands off him.
And that happens. And at the end of your turn, you watch as the three eyes, which were glowing this white aura, all go black. As you watch the tendrils push and move back up to the neck.
Can I counterspell that? Can I?
It is not a
Cutting
spell.
words it.
Unfortunately, there isn't that. I assure you.
Yeah, if there was something I could do, you'd have told me. Got it.
But you already did good.
Okay, cool.
You're last in the turn order.
I am last in the turn order, meaning it's probably you.
Okay.
We gotta get it off of that thing. Because here's my plan. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. My plan is if we can get the things off him, I'll cast invisibility on Halam, which will give us one more round because he'll have to spend at least one turn investigating to find him.
That's not bad.
All right. Voss, it's your turn.
The thing is, I don't know how low this thing is. It could be low. I may be able, and I can hit hard.
Do what you do best. Hit hard.
Yeah,
I think that's the answer here.
Move within. There's nobody I can flank with, correct?
There is not.
Okay, I have to stay up there though because I actually have HP and I can take the hits this round. So I'm gonna use both attacks to hit him. Hopefully get something out of it.
Okay.
So first attack with rapier. That's not a natural 20, but it'll hit. 26.
That'll hit.
Uh, 20. Yeah, plus 4. 26 points of damage.
Jeez.
Okay.
The sneak attacks are good, and then it's just the whip. Whip's an extra D4.
Might as well.
I mean, I don't know. 4 extra points of damage.
Okay.
And I'll be there for flanking position, so V can flank.
Thanks,
No issue on a correct
bud.
list. Yeah.
It's so funny because like in combat they're like best friends, but like as soon as you leave them out of combat,
Things need to die. I don't care how it happens.
Business time.
You
Yeah.
watch as you stab into him twice with as you whip and stab with the rapier, and the form doesn't move. All concentration is on Halam as these tendrils are beginning to grow and pulsate. As you watch the glow of Halam begin to darken. V, it is your turn.
Let's do it. We go flank up and her.
You move up, you see the tendrils coming off of the body going into Halam. You see him just standing there, serene, unmoving.
26 to hit.
26 hits.
And that is 11 points of damage. Next one is dirty 20. Still hits, right?
Dirty 20 just barely hits.
Okay.
Nice. Good.
put in that work.
And that's 15 points of damage.
All right, it is layer action.
This might be bad now.
Maybe.
We're about to see if Halam is still awake.
We have no idea.
And you watch as nothing comes from Halam. No help, no nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, we gotta get the tendrils off him.
It's too late now. It's his turn.
There's gotta be something.
I mean, he's got to reshoot the tendrils, right?
No, he only
they're,
went back.
they're in him.
He only went back
Oh.
a step.
Oh,
We were banking on the fact that we could have killed him.
And
It's
you
the fact
watch as the tendrils on his turn move up and over, and you watch as Halam's eyes open as they begin to darken and go black.
I don't have anything left. I've tried everything I can think of.
Vinley just looks at Sasha and yells, "You have to cast it now." But that's
But we all know
Oh, we
that's
can
not
do-
going to happen because Sasha's going to do whatever that thing wants.
yeah.
And it is now
Seisha's turn.
Seisha stands up and casts Lay on Hands for 40 points on herself.
Okay.
And looks at Venli. Says, I'm sorry, I can't do that. And she will go stand so that she is now flanking. Who's up against him?
Javas and V.
She'll stand to flank V.
Okay.
I got it. I can take care of that, but I need someone to take care of the tendrils.
I'm gonna try.
Oh.
He uses his legendary action to maintain focus on what he is doing. It is your turn, Vinley.
Vinley is going to run up to him and thinking about everything we've done so far and watching what Harold just did, she is going to slide out from underneath a pocket in her armor, her ritual dagger that she always keeps there now. And she lunges for the tendrils as she casts Inflict Wounds at 3rd level, knowing full well that she can make these wither and die.
I need you to make me an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. Intelligence.
You don't get 3.
That's a dirty 20.
Hey, nice.
Roll your damage.
Do I have to hit?
Just roll your damage.
Okay. Is that right? Nope, that's not right. I just did it at 1st level. Hold on, give me a second. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. It's 5d10, not that. 36.
Okay. You watch as you bring down the dagger as it slams into the tendrils. There is this almost like red and like ethereal blue sparking off of it as this black electricity forms as you're holding it on, trying to pull, barely able to hang on to the dagger. At the end of your turn, he maintains the hold on Halam. Harold, it's your turn.
Oh, do we want me to fix Seisha, or do we want me to try to stop the tendrils? Let's see.
Honestly, at this point, we have no idea how far gone he is. It's like, and I have no idea how low he is because it's hard to tell. It may be smarter just to pump damage into him if you can do that.
Well, I can do it.
Because it doesn't seem like we can just cut off the tendrils completely, unfortunately.
I will say what Vinley did appeared to have some effect.
Okay.
Okay.
What Harold did earlier had an effect.
Okay. Up to you, dude. I'm not sure either way.
I'm not sure either, because here's the thing. I can get Seisha back on our side, which would be huge.
It's a matter of time.
That's a matter of time.
Or not. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. I'm going to taking on the mannerisms now of Averin. I'm gonna go. What's all this here with the tendrils? No, we're not doing that anymore. And I'm gonna casually wave my hand, and as I do, you just see dozens of the knives flying out in waves, trying to cut them. And I'll cast Eldritch Blast to try to reduce the hold on Halam.
Okay.
So what? Charisma save?
Charisma saving throw. Yep.
Oh, that's a bad one. 11.
Damn.
Okay.
And then do another one.
That's correct. 2 attacks.
That one's great. 22.
Nice.
Right, roll,
Nice.
roll damage.
And as he does this, you see the rest of Averin's armor appear on him, only it's Herald themed, and like the shoulders have like the theater mask and like versions of his mask smiling and like, you know, scowling. That'll be 17 points of damage.
Sing us that swan song.
Oh,
Nice. Good job.
So,
Oh my god!
You chose wisely.
He kind of flings his fingers. He's just casually doing it over and over again. And you see the knives piling up, but they're specifically piling up around his legs. And you notice that they're like, he grips his hand like this, and you see them morph into the pants. And then he like swings like this, and they explode into crystals, just blowing pieces of this psychic energy in everywhere. And he reaches up and just sucks it into his palm and crushes the energy instead of taking it, just splitting it out between his fingers.
Yeah, and you watch as all of that psychic tendrils just get wrapped up and shatter as you suck it back in, dissipating it, adding it to your own psyche now. But
You watch as the Halam's blackness goes out of him, and all three of his eyes glow. He begins to glow as he begins to rise up and float and hover, as he has begun to awaken in the real world.
Cool.
Oh,
I may have been your chosen, but no longer. And he reaches out and touches the third eye of Aupensor, and you all feel this glow wash over you. You feel this disconnect completely cut off from Halam and everyone, including Aupensor, and you all find yourself back in the white glowing room of the diviners. And you see Morali like looking over all of you. Vajra just unsure as to what to do, as she has not prepared to heal today. And you watch Halamj begin to float and go into meditation. I have many things to give you. You have learned to work as a team. A thing, consciousness as one, as I tried to teach you. I am glad to see you have learned. Sadly, I am no longer tied to my god. Seisha, you are no longer corrupted through the black eyes and everything.
Okay. Mentality back to normal.
And it was through touching your third eye that you saw a myriad of history rush through your mind, dating back thousands and thousands and thousands of years, all flood into your mind, mixing with your own memories as you saw Pensor's history. You watched the rise and fall of Jamdath's empire. You saw the 12 City of Blades. You knew all of the Blade Lords. You see time erase psionics and Aupensor from history. You watch as Aupensor and his monks fight off a man in purple armor breach through a hull of a ship. You feel the mind of the god overtaken in madness, and you hear the words of the void speak his name. Aupensor. Before he is teleported out with the man in purple armor, you are surrounded as you see the dragon cult leader from under the field ward. You see the man in purple armor, and you see the hag. As you watch Aupensor, the god of psionics, the lord of reason and logic, as all three of his eyes go completely black, and the last thing you see is him lift a rock as bubbling mud pours out and as a geyser erupts, and you see him hold his hand out as a dagger is plucked from a beating heart.
You watch as that dagger floats over to the man in purple, now on an island, as Aupensor moves and tosses a massive monolith that flies and lands into a house. As you watch Bane, god of tyranny, land in a crater and charge Aupensor. And as the two battle, the fist clashing against the full telekinetic force of the god of psionics, now corrupted, you watch as the man in purple armor walks up behind him and slams the dagger into his back. You watch as Bane stumbles
slams into a lighthouse that crumbles down on top of him as his entire form gets sucked down into the dagger and into the man in purple.
You watch the man as Oppenser watches calmly, serenely, unmoving and uncaring, as the man in purple removes the gauntlet from Bane and places it upon him as his form grows in size. His armor now mutates and becomes part of his own flesh, and his hand is now a large, engorged black gauntlet. And that is the last you see of Oppenser. And that
Is where we're going to end
today's session.
for the year.
Oh my god! What just happened?
Well, we fought and beat a god. That happened.
Cool.
That
I
was-
rushed a god at 2 HP. Like, what up? I just bum rushed him.
Yes. So the name of the game was Protect Halam for 5 rounds.
You were on.
Oh,
Had you not have targeted the tendrils, he would have been corrupted.
Oh my god.
You probably would have had to fight Halam at a different point in time.
That would have. Oh my god! I'm glad we. I'm glad we
gotcha.
said-
no, good instinct, dude.
Crisis
we rocked-
avoided.
Like everybody.
Crisis avoided.
Yes. Very,
Wow.
very well done.
Died for like
For all of our
First or
viewers,
second.
thank you for sticking around. I know we went over. It is really late. Thank you for our players for sticking with us. If you have not entered already, please enter only once. Hashtag Eldritch or hashtag Beyond in order to possibly win an Eldritch Foundry miniature or a Tasha's Cauldron of everything, not energy.
Yeah.
Tasha's Cauldron of everything on D&D Beyond.
Yep. And that is hashtag Beyond, hashtag Eldritch, not exclamation point. Just FYI. We'll remind you, coming up on December 6th, we're going to do a D4 Plays Among Us. And we may or may not be in character playing Among Us. 'Cause, you know, that's fun.
Sasha.
Also, we are going to, on December 13th, is our huge fireside chat Q&A where you get to ask tons of questions. I'll go ahead and tell you now, I'm going to be making a post, but you can tweet questions at us using the hashtag AskD4. That will be posted that you can respond to as well, but just wanted to put that out into the ether for the VOD. And thank you for sticking with us through this wild 2020 where we had to morph and become an online show instead of an in-studio show. You all are phenomenal.
Hopefully, we'll be back in the studio soon.
And
Yep.
hopefully we will.
We have plans on how to do that safely, but if not, we will be remote until it is safe because health and safety of all of our players and all of us here is highest priority. Not only because we love you all and everything, but because we need a story to tell, and that's hard to do if you're sick. But mostly because we love you, and we want everybody around you to also be safe. Again, thanks everyone. What an awesome year.
Whew, definitely one of the best ones. Holy
Yeah.
cow!
Oh my god.
Like the year dragged, but D4 flew.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's so true.
It really did though.
We will be running the marathon. I'm not sure if we said that.
Oh, right. Starting December 1st, I believe we're going to be starting a marathon of all D4 episodes from session 0 all the way to this session, including the canon one shot. So be on the lookout for that on the twitch.tv/RockPunchATL channel.
Yes, and if you miss any of those, you want to catch up, or you're new to our channel, go over and find Rock Punch on YouTube, and you can find all the D4 content there, included behind the scenes stuff, some of our one shots that are hilarious and amazing, but also just to catch up and be ready for the beginning of next year.
Absolutely. So I have winners. Winner of the Eldritch Foundry miniature is Hamlet423.
Hamlet.
Congrats to you.
Oh,
And
Hamlet,
winner
Hamlet.
of the D&D Beyond Tasha's Cauldron of Everything is Shav Hunter 86.
Hey, Chav Hunter 86.
To the Chav Hunter 86.
Chav Hunter. It's
So,
actually
Chav.
Chav.
Chav Hunter.
Chav.
Chav
And it's-
Hunter 86.
Chav.
Yeah.
Chav
Right,
Hunter
that's right,
86.
brother.
Going after Chav.
Right, it's a
Chav.
Chav.
Let's have.
Couldn't have gone to a better home.
Mother.
Yep.
Chav, isn't it?
I will be reaching out via Twitch Whispers. Please make sure that you can accept whispers from me. Otherwise, I can't send you your prize. What a session. What a year. We will see you all next week for some Among Us and on the 13th for the Q&A. And
If you're not a part of our Discord, please go and find us there.
there will be a way to ask questions on the Discord as well. So please do that. And as always, be excellent to each other.
May you always roll with advantage. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good
Night.
year.
Good year.
D4. Good D4 year.
Good D4 year.
Good D4 year.
Nice distraction.
Good night, everybody.
Night.